Okay, so here we are. We got the first hand, and play is underway.
We'll be giving you a quick rundown of all the players in a couple of minutes as play slows down a little bit.
We already have a good question in the chat. Any way to get the amount of bullets each player used? We actually don't have that info in the BIOS.
By the way, there is no way to really find that out, and that's a great point that should be discussed a little bit later in the show, seeing how people are actually doing using multi-buy-ins compared to the players that don't.
I'd say these guys are probably ahead a little bit of money in this tournament.
Oh, no matter how many buy-ins they had. But I'm sure there were a few people that bought in 8 to 10 times in this tournament, which is quite a lot. I saw at least one doing it, but I won't name him because people don't like to glorify that.
Coldstone, how many bullets were you in for?
I was in for 1 bullet. I made it to midday 2 when Mr. Asher Conniff knocked me out with a better hand. It's kind of nice to finally lose a tournament with a worse hand and realize you're human. Yes, Jamie, I didn't have aces.
So we're at a pot where Daniel Weinman limped the small blind, and the big blind checked, and then Daniel led the flop with an up and down straight draw, 7-8, and he checks the turn. It goes checked over to the big blind now, and you guys were telling me that you've played with.
Yes, G is the big blind for the last couple of months. Actually, since a little bit before the World Series this year, I started playing in a game in New York with Gia. Very, very big game, a PLO game, and he's very good at that too. It's tough to play against him wherever he is, but I enjoy it. I enjoy talking with him during the games. He's always with Simon, who I'm sure is rooting real strong for him right now, Simon Lamb. And he does know how to play the game, and he will be aggressive.
Yeah, I think I've played with him for like 10 years now.
Yeah.
Gia, one of the nicest players in the game for sure. Just super nice kid, always very friendly, and it's like nice to see him doing well.
It is.
So Daniel calls here with a pair of 7s up and down, straight draw. In my opinion, that's a tough call to make on the turn with no heart in your hand, but he correctly makes the call. He checks the river over to Gia, and I've played a decent amount with Daniel Weinman back on the day online. His name was Not on Tilt online. In the full tilt days, he and I played together frequently, and he goes check, check on the river, and Daniel's going to get first blood here at this final table.
Daniel says his claim to fame is inventing Fantasyland in OFC and then losing all his money playing it.
Possibly the show indeed, I believe that might have been.
Yep.
Yeah, Daniel's got a lot of experience in poker, online and offline, and he's played on Poker Night, so he's had some visibility. And he's too scared to do drugs in high school, so he started playing poker, which is good.
It's a really deep final table here. As you can see by the graphic that was just up there, Daniel Weinman has 74 big blinds, and he's 4th in chips at this final table. So we're going to see a lot of play here.
Yes. Another player at the table that's very interesting is Tyler Kenny, the younger brother of Bryn Kenny. So you know the amount of experience he has just from watching his brother play and talking with his brother is now actually coming to fruition, and he's now at the final table himself. So I'm sure Bryn's really rooting him on. He's from the same hometown as me, so it kind of stinks that I'll never be the highest poker earner in Long Beach, New York. But now I can't even be the second.
Well, with this final table, Tyler Kenny is putting himself over $1 million in career tournament earnings. He came in with about $970,000, and he is now guaranteed $184,000, even if things go as badly as they possibly could. 6th place is $184,000, so it's going to be a big payday for everybody at this final table, but of course everybody with their eyes on the first prize of $892,000 and change.
That's a big payday, and once again we have Gia opening, and we expected him to try to do a little bit of magic here. But
Yes, this is the Gia I've played with in New York. He's never seen 2 cards he doesn't like.
try playing 4 cards with him.
275,000.
275 is the man.
Now, Tyler's in a difficult situation because, you know, he doesn't want to lose his chips. He doesn't have top pair, but against an aggressive player, sometimes you got to peel and take a card or two, or even send it back his way. I'd more like the flat here because Gia might lead the turn, but you know, a queen can always pop also. Oh, he did flat. That was the issue we were trying to avoid. Gia checking the best hand, trying to make it look like he shut down. Let's see if Tyler goes for it. Plus, I'm sure Gia doesn't want this pot to blow too much more. It's not the friendliest board. Two pair with so many cards that could cause a straight accidentally.
I think Tyler has the best hair I've ever seen at a final table.
I think your boyfriend might have topped him at the final table.
Thank you, Cold Stone.
You're welcome. Just that big blonde mop's nice, isn't it? So although I do adore this, it's just I'm glad I wasn't close enough to hold my fingers back from pushing them through his hair when he was at this final table.
What do you think of this bet, Kane?
It's an interesting bet here. He's opting to, I guess, try to turn his hand into a bluff in this spot. I would have been happy to check here. It's just he's trying to fold out a very narrow range. I believe if you bet the turn, you have to bet the river in this spot, and let's see if that's what he'll be planning on doing. If he plays anything like his brother Bryn does, then that's probably what's going through his head.
He does play like Bryn does.
We won't need to bluff this river.
I think it's important to blow the pot before you hit the nuts also. So I kind of like the way he played the turn.
So a disastrous river for Gia. The good news for him is that he may be able to get away from his hand on this river card.
Well, I mean, Gia's probably thinking he only loses, well, I guess it's not just the king anymore. There's a lot of two pairs that beat him. With the ace being the only two pair that really bothers him the most. It's going to be a problem for Gia. I don't know if Tyler should bet too much here. It smells like it's going to be over $1 million. In the background, you hear the blinds and the limits going on in a 50K guaranteed tournament at Borgata. There's always tournaments going on here at every level. So if you have nothing to do, or even if you have something to do, come down. 1.3 is a lot. That might be enough to make Gia think he's not value betting and call. That's a really well-sized bet. I think he folds if it's 200,000. I think he really made a perfect bet because it looks like a bluff.
Gia at this point just can't beat anything. Like anything that's interested in betting the turn, it would have to have been just like a stone bluff the entire way.
That's why
you just have to make the fold here.
That's why a 600K or 700K bet probably wouldn't have been called. The 1.3 is like, I don't want you in my hand, I'm bluffing you.
I would just have a very hard time putting Tyler on any type of bluff here.
Right. Because anything, like think about the types of hands he can possibly have. Most of them have enough value to just check back. Like anything you're beating would just check back, like a jack or something, or like well, it just doesn't really make too much sense.
The only hand that really could make sense is a hand like 8-10 or 9-10 turned into a bluff, which is very ambitious.
Yeah. Such a small percentage of the range of hands he could have that you just have to make this fold.
It's going to be a tough fold.
And he makes the call, and he'll be shown the bad news.
And it was the bet sizing. I mean, you really have to give a lot of credit to Tyler on that one. He made it look like a bluffy bet. You know, why would you bet 1.3 when you could get a $500,000 from me? And I think he just made it really tough for Gia to fold. I understand watching it and seeing all the overcards and all the big hands that beat him. But he has to have a king to make that bet or he's bluffing. Even ace queen's not going to make a bet there. So
no, there's so much stuff that has enough value to just check back.
King or a bluff. So, you know, and then he sized it up really big.
I do think he'd probably value bet ace queen there.
I've never played against Tyler, but I did back in the day play against Bryn Kenny quite a bit online. One Upon a Star was his online name, and he and I battled back pre-Black Friday quite a bit. I actually made a training video playing him heads up on a couple tables on Poker Stars.
Oh, wow.
Back in the day.
Hey, if anybody watched that video and learned from Brent Kenny and has been doing as well as him, they have you to thank, because he sure has.
And he has me to thank for the money he won from me during that training video.
I could imagine it wasn't much fun for you playing against him.
He's a very talented player.
Some people might choose a different opponent. Okay, Nicholas is going to play a hand now again. I'm sorry, Daniel's again. This Nicholas's first hand. And Daniel folds the ace-4.
There's some talk in the Twitch chat about sportscasting and broadcasting. People asking me about broadcasting baseball. I want to give a shout out to my brother Todd, who recently became the lead play-by-play guy in Houston for the Houston Astros.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he's doing television over there, play-by-play. So, we're proud of you, Todd.
Oh, following in the family footsteps. That's great. We haven't talked about Nicholas yet. Nicholas Amicus. Is that the proper pronunciation?
Amicus, I think.
Amicus.
Yeah.
He's a poker player and a student for 3 years. Been playing poker for 12 years, and that's all it says on his bio.
That was Frenza, right? We were saying he was friends online. Yeah, I recognized his name from way back, like from before Black Friday. So he's definitely put in a lot of volume online.
He has, and he doesn't mention in here that he's a video poker player. And
Poker player.
And I know he hit the jackpot last week for a lot of money in video
really?
poker. Really?
I thought you were calling online poker video poker, and I was going to be in love with that.
No, online poker is a skill-based game only, and video poker has some luck involved.
True.
So that was a little sarcasm there. For all you chess players out there, chess is a skill game. Poker has skill, but there is a variance in it. So yeah, he did hit a big royal flush, and I hope that I'm not telling anybody that should know that, but good job. And it is somebody's birthday today at the table. I'm going to have to do my research and find out who that is. But if anybody on Twitch...
Weinman's birthday. Yep.
Okay, nobody try to guess it.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was good because I didn't know. I didn't remember who said it.
Sorry.
Well, they had a 6-to-1 shot to get it right.
Yeah.
So Frenza hits a good flop for his hand here. Nicholas does. And Frenza, online, he made over $1 million in online tournament earnings. You said that you had played with him back in the day.
I just recognized the name. I knew he'd popped up in my tables a bunch. So, yeah, so that's why we were looking at Pocket Fives to see. But, yeah, I don't know how much he's playing or where he's playing now. He didn't really write in his bio if he's full-time or anything, or if he's playing internationally.
Well, I've certainly played with him before. I do recognize him. And here he's going to battle against Tyler. Tyler, continuation betting the ace-7 high, and he's going to get a call from Nicholas here as we go to the turn.
It's a good card for Nicholas to stay in the hand with.
Turn card is a 3. It's a good card for both players as Tyler now has 2 straight draw possibilities.
Yes, he does.
It's an interesting spot because there are also 2 flush draws on this board. So in Tyler's spot, it actually looks like Nicholas is reaching for chips. He's going to lead here.
Well, I mean, Nicholas probably feels Tyler doesn't have a jack, so he doesn't want a card to come above his 5 for free, unless it's a 6.
A little confused by this lead here, and Tyler quickly folds.
I guess he doesn't really want to hit the deuce side of that double gut type of thing. And you don't call for a chop, and a 6 would have been a chop. Oh, I guess he didn't know that, but...
I probably would have taken a few seconds there to consider the bet he was facing was less than half pot.
Yeah, I think I'm going to peel right there myself. I mean, obviously we don't know the other player has the 7, you know, but yeah, I think that was interesting. He just didn't want to get involved.
Yeah, I would have considered a raise there as well. The problem with raising and getting out of line in that spot is that there are 2 flush draws out there, and those are probably better hands with which to raise on a bluff. So when you're constructing a range, you want to try to kind of balance the hands you're going to be bluffing with the hands you're going to raise with there for value. And if you don't have a ton of hands you're going to raise with there for value, then you can't bluff super wide by raising your double gut shot there.
True. He also had the ace, too, which he probably felt was good if it hit. Okay, Nathan's going to play a hand, and he came in as our chip leader with over 12 million in chips from Hamilton, Canada. 28-year-old.
I've definitely played with Nathan before.
His biggest cash win was $133,000. Favorite poker player is Dude 904, which is Joe McKeon.
And he kind of looks like old David Baker.
He does.
He might be the only person in the world whose favorite poker player is Joe McKeon.
Yeah, he might have been joking when he said he wrote Dude, wondering if we'd know who Dude was, but we know Joe.
We're on top of it
also.
here.
But Nathan's really has a pretty good resume, too. Came from California, definitely a poker pro, and he has put his time in, and he's got a nice track record.
You know what? That's where I've played with him often at Commerce. That's
Yes.
how I recognize him. He's a regular in the 10-20 no limit game at the Commerce, and he plays quite well.
You're seeing a lot more of the poker players have a bigger cash background now than maybe 10 years ago when the internet players were coming out. It's important to control your bankroll by playing cash, so it's interesting to watch how things change over time.
TG in the Twitch chat here saying he actually grew up with Nathan, and one of Nathan's other accomplishments is he cashed the World Series of Poker main event 3 consecutive times from 2013 to 2015.
Wow.
What's the most consecutive you guys have had?
I had 2. I'm 3 out of 6 in the last 6 years. I wanted to be 4 out of 6 in the main, but I remember when I had 2, Ron Barther also had 2. And then when he got his 3rd, they followed him around the 4th year because I guess 4 in a row would have been some sort of a record. So I was kind of upset that I went for the win on that 3rd year and didn't just go for, the safe.
I think didn't he do 4 in a row and he didn't make the 5th or something? It was something really ridiculous.
I believe so, yeah. Ron's a great guy. He did beatbox behind me singing White Lines at my Foxwood final table.
Well, the current record is Ronnie Barta, right?
That's
who
what we're talking
has
about.
5 in a row.
It's 5 now. Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
I'm currently on 3.
Oh, wow.
So I'm
pretty
trying for it. I'm going to go for the next 2 years if I can. But I still do feel like they're now paying a larger percentage of the field.
Yeah, you got a way better chance now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
I think
I'm going to need the next 3 years to do anything significant.
Yeah, I go every other year. So next year I'm due to not cash. So should I just skip it?
Yeah, it seemed that I cashed in every tournament I played and was even the first half, so I can't figure that out quite well.
Guys, we have some interesting action here. We have Gia opening the Queen 10 offsuit. Tyler putting in a 3-bet with the King Jack offsuit. Now, Daniel with Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Very tough spot after seeing that 3-bet. We see the cards, so it seems a little easier, but
Wow.
this is not a good spot
He
for
lets it
Ace
go.
Queen, as he should.
I think I may have been tempted to put out a 4-bet there. Of course, I haven't been playing with Tyler for the past couple days, and there's a lot of ICM implications at his final table as well, so that could have played into his decision to fold. But generally, Ace-Queen suited is a hand I might choose to 4-bet fold in this type of spot. I think we might just be deep enough for me to be able to do that. However, he did start with about 54, 55 big blinds, so it's going to be tough to fold once you 4-bet in that
Do you ever
spot.
consider flatting as it was just like 5 big blinds, basically? And they're semi-deep?
Right, you could do that, and then your hand is going to be a little bit deceptive. It's probably going to look like a hand like pocket tens or pocket jacks, and especially if Daniel thinks that he could have an edge post flop, that may make
And
sense.
the suitedness of it gives you some good semi-bluffing opportunities. But there are also kind of puke spots when you're thinking about ICM. If you end up hitting a pretty good flop that you end up semi-bluff, like getting it in on, you don't really love it either.
Right.
So I guess the fold's just the conservative, trying to ladder up kind of fold.
Yeah, I think so. But if he's folding that hand in that spot, the question is, what is he going to? Is he ever going to 4-bet bluff in that spot? In other words, next time when it comes around, he picks up kings and he 4-bets there. Does he ever have a hand with which he's balancing in that spot? Because
And that is interesting because they're going to see this in half an hour. And it's like kind of tying his hands a little bit for what he'll be able to do in the future.
Right. And in other words, if he had, some players may take ace-deuce offsuit there and 4-bet bluff. In my opinion, I would much rather just 4-bet bluff with ace-queen suited, even if I'm then going to have to fold. With
You're blocking more hands.
Right. And you flop more equity when called. So.
I think Richard's the one that they might try to push around a little bit more than other players right now because of his having less experience than the other players.
Well, Richard is the hometown hero here. He's from Trenton, New Jersey, so he's the closest to the casino. He raises a button and he takes down his first pot.
If you guys are dying to get into some tournaments like this, there's a special promotion on BorgataPoker.com right now. The Sunday tournament, the major, $215 buy-in, is now having a $2,700 added seat to our spring main. So a good way to satellite in to a tournament like this, and maybe we'll be seeing you on the next live stream.
Richard Foster, who we're looking at, is in the pharmaceutical field for 20 years. His favorite games are PLO, No Limit Hold'em. And he likes playing with his friends.
Raise from Nathan on the gun with the 6-7 suited.
He
I
has,
like this raise as the big stack.
I do too. Nathan hasn't been too active yet, so I think he's just going to take it down. Well, no, not yet.
Here's Gia, and from you guys having played with Gia, do you expect him to be one of the more sticky players at this table? We already saw him call with the 2-pair Queen Deuce.
He's never folding ace. Oops.
Wow.
Wow. I guess it's because it's the first hand that Nathan's played. They're giving him a little bit more credit. And Nathan realizes this.
Does let it go. Tyler will complete the big blind here with the Queen 5 of hearts. Go to the flop here. Deuce 4-5, and what a flop for both players. Tyler with top pair and a flush draw, and Nathan with an up and down straight draw.
This is a very big spot for both players. Excuse me. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Now, Kane, do you raise here or do you just flat?
If I'm Tyler, I'm going to raise here. My hand just has too much equity against Nathan's range.
It's really harder to flop a better flop with Queen 5 of hearts.
It's also going to be difficult because these two players are so deep. It would be difficult for Nathan to call with any hand by the river here. And
wow.
he hits a 6 for a flush, and
a redraw to a straight flush.
I imagine that this street is going to go check, however.
Well, I mean, Nathan now has top pair. We'll see how he decides to play it. Most players would lead here with top pair, not thinking somebody has a 3 or 2 hearts.
Yeah, I prefer a check in this spot, as he does. We head to the river.
I think that was a very good check.
Wow, and it's a 6, and that's going to be a good card for Tyler, as Nathan has now made trips.
This hand started off looking like it was going to be interesting, and wow, the cards that just made it real interesting fell.
I think this is a spot where you could size really big. And just, I mean, you're going to look very bluffy if you're Tyler, don't you think?
Well, Tyler opened up under the gun, so...
Nathan opened under the gun.
Nathan, I'm sorry. So, I mean, I'm thinking Tyler thinks he has an overpair right now, and he's looking to extract as much as he can.
Like 800.
Yeah, I agree with you for a couple reasons. One reason is there are a decent amount of hands in Tyler's range that are just ace-X type of hands that are going to want to bluff the river. The second reason is with Nathan having checked back the turn, his range is in fact capped. So if Tyler wanted to bluff here, in other words, Nathan cannot have a full house, or it's very unlikely that Nathan has a full house. So in my opinion, Tyler should be betting larger than this. However, he goes with a relatively small bet, less than about 35% of the pot.
And it's not, I think he just wants to make sure he gets paid. Maybe show what he's defending with also. But I don't think he thinks Tyler could call too many big bets. I mean, if it is an ace-king, he's not getting called. If it's a pair of 10s, jacks, or queens, he's going to get called at 375. More than $1 million, I believe.
I'm not too sure what Nathan is thinking about right now.
Perhaps
he's confused by Tyler's hair.
Wow, so Tyler did actually induce a raise here.
Wow.
Good for him. I didn't really think that...
Putting out a raise,
Yeah.
this is really...
Very odd.
I'm not too sure what he's trying to represent here. It's such a narrow range to try to bluff.
I don't think he's bluffing here.
No,
I think he's going for value.
Okay,
Thinking, yeah, no, he's not bluffing. He thinks Tyler might have some type of a pair.
I think that this is far too thin. I mean,
Yeah.
it depends on how much you think Tyler's defending the big blind, but I would imagine that Tyler is defending a lot of big blinds. even against an under-the-gun raise, getting a very good price against a 2x pre-flop raise, I do expect there to be a decent amount of 3x's in Tyler's defending range in the big blind here. So when he leads the river, I essentially expect Tyler to either have a bluff or to have a straight or a flush or perhaps a full house. So raising here for value, I'm not really sure what you're hoping to get value from at this point. I mean, maybe a hand like pocket sevens or pocket eights that flatted pre-flop. And
sevens, eights, nines, or tens.
Yeah,
He would have flatted with them pre-flop too, and he showed great interest in the hand before the 6 came. So it could be an ace-5, try to look like a steal, or it could be an overpair. But 3 6s to Nathan, he feels he has the best hand, and he's going for value.
I totally agree with you, Kate. Like, this just can't get called by worse.
I mean, the thing about it is that he still did put out, between both bets, it was less than a pot size bet. And yeah, Tyler makes a call, and as you can see, Tyler a little confused by the raise as well.
And Nathan flipped his cards over like he had the nuts. I understand you're saying you're not going to get much of a better hand to call, but I do feel Tyler felt he had the best hand and decided to throw something, some type of a raise out there.
Right.
Typical story would be where someone would say, how do you not raise with 3 6s, runner? He'll never have you on it. But again, what hand will call you is the
I think in general that's kind of a way ahead, way behind kind of situation. And here we are
myself up.
at the Borgata. Cold Stone looking very dapper with his sports jacket. Jamie looking great as always. And
Thanks.
I'm Kane Callis over here.
Hey, Kane. Yes, Jamie's the buffer between us here.
Or else you guys would be all over each other.
We have so many different opinions of everything. Oh, that way too. Not that there's anything wrong with it, Jamie.
A little Seinfeld reference. It's always a good thing.
Wow, oh, the reruns are still on. I'm sorry. It's a good hand for Dan.
Here's Daniel, pocket kings. Been raised to 200,000.
I like Dan's look. He looks the same whether he has a big hand or not. So one of the more important things for live players to do is not give off too many tells.
Are you a big live read guy, Cold Stone?
Yeah, I might need new glasses. They're getting a little weak, but so it's a little harder to see across the table, the eye creases. But yeah, I think if you engage someone long enough during a hand, you'll be able to pick something up to just help you with your decision.
Do you have a favorite type of tell you're willing to disclose to the audience at home, or to those like me who are online players who are confused by the whole idea of live tells?
Yeah, I mean, what you really want to look for is a cluster of tells. So you want to look for 3 or 4 tells if you can in the same hand. I'll give you one really easy one for people to look for. If before you stop playing, you're talking with the table, you're jovial, and people are smiling and laughing, you'll notice next to their eyes there's a crease on a natural smile. It's like a crow leg crease. When somebody can't smile, they're bringing it up from their lips and there'll be no crease. So only a general smile will actually crease your eyes. So as you're talking to someone in a hand and trying to get them to smile, by referencing maybe something earlier that made them laugh, if their eye's not going to crease, they're bringing up a fake smile for a reason.
And what does that mean?
It means they're uncomfortable. If they have kings and they're comfortable, you watch them smile, it'll just pop up if they just lift it. So that's one thing that's really hard to fake, a natural smile. You'd have to actually put yourself in a setting that you'll always smile about. So when you're sitting at the table, you can think about that setting and for yourself, create a natural smile, but most people can't.
And you learn this through your studies of psychology.
Yes, I mean, I've learned a lot from psych. There's a lot of good books on them, like Read Them and Weep, that give you a lot of different things to look for. And then over the years, you look for those things and you see which ones you want to go with and which ones work best. We have Tyler 3-betting ace-10 here. We have Daniel probably trying to figure out how he wants to proceed. I would think he'd be raising back here and not playing too tricky at this point.
I would be surprised if he did not re-raise.
Right.
I think he's trying to figure out the correct sizing here. It's not out of the question to call here if you think that your opponent is 3-bet bluffing a ton. But in this spot, I would like to see Daniel come back over the top. It looks like that's what he's doing.
And there's a risk-reward level here if Daniel decides to just flat. Like, I'm not sure Tyler's going to make this call, so the hand ends and there's no risk at all. But how many times do you get aces? I'm sorry, kings. And on the other side, if he just flats, you do know the ace is going to flop, and you're going to be like, why didn't I chase it? So the safest way is to just re-raise back and avoid all problems. But tricky players do tricky things at times. But six-handed with this many chips, I don't think you want to get yourself into too much trouble by flatting.
Yeah, this is a spot where with pocket kings, the only time I would want to flat is, again, if I think my opponent is 3-bet bluffing too often, and also if I think he's going to play very aggressively post-flop. If both of those things are true, then I want to keep in his bluffs. I want to kind of allow him to hang himself. There are a select few guys against whom I would opt to flat here with pocket kings and with my entire continuing range. In fact, I wouldn't even have any hands that I want to 4-bet against guys who are over bluffing both pre-flop and post-flop. However, against most players in most situations, re-raising the pocket kings here is exactly what I would have done.
And the 3-bet usually shows that they have a pretty good hand, so you might bring queens or ace-king along for a bad ride for them. But if you're going to just flat here, you're probably going to be leaving a lot up to luck. You're going to be calling, and you might get stacked. So.
And speaking of smiles,
There it is.
they're talking about smiles right now at the table.
So apparently Daniel gave a big smile, and he didn't want. And look now, look at Daniel's smile. It's a real smile. He's not pulling it up. It's being pulled up. Once again, certain nationalities have tighter skin around their eyes, and it's tougher to find that. That's why you have to look for it before. Like Gia probably doesn't have a big crow mark when he's doing a real smile. You know. There it is. Look next to his eyes at the crinkles. And later on,
That is a genuine smile.
that is. And later on, if he's in a stressful situation, he tries to look strong with a smile. You'll see those crinkles aren't there. You know, unless he's thinking about a trip to the Bahamas on the beach while he was drinking. You got to put yourself in such a mode to create that smile.
Right. Is this something that you can get from Caro's book of Poker Tells?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, every book's going to give you stuff. Some books are outdated, but you still want to read it for the natural responses that the body can't fight, the fight and flight things. But you'll always pick something up, but what you have to do is find out what you could work with best. Even in poker books, you'll read things that you're not comfortable doing yourself, but you'll know others are doing it. Like with the new push-fold charts, even though I don't agree with a lot of the standard push-folds, I have to know that that's going to be used against me in the big. So it's always good to read as much as you can, and then whatever you see working over time is what you want to work with.
Here we have a couple of big hands again. Tyler opening the button to 200,000. Now we have Nicholas in the big blind with ace-king.
Whoever's on graphics, you guys are on point. Because I was just about to be like, is this getting in or not? I need to see how deep they are. And this should be getting in, right?
This is going to be...
With 41 big blinds effective, this will be getting all in pre-flop.
Be more interesting between Nathan and Tyler how they would play this, ICM-wise. Do you think a flat would be happening at some point, or do they just go like shrug?
This is a very large size here, from 200 to 700.
Mm-hmm. He is out of position, right?
He is.
So I tend to size large.
3.5.
I mean, I might in this spot, just knowing, just with ICM and stuff, you don't want to be getting flatted, and I don't know. I think it just like defines the hands a little bit more. If he picks a kind of larger 3-bet size. Plus, versus a good player, like, am I really trying to get flatted and then play post-flop out of position?
Ace-King is one of the more difficult hands to play when you break it against a player that has a quality hand. People love Ace-King and people hate Ace-King. It's usually flop dependent, though.
Oh, you know where I recognize Frenza from? Nicholas. I recently played in a Poker Night in America cash game with him at Rivers Casino in Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he played very well. He was a big winner in the game. Now Tyler carving out chips. He's going to come back over the top as we expected.
And anyone who's short right now is like, let's go.
And that's
want to see blood.
And that's probably going through Nicholas's head right now. do I want to race a pair right now? But, you know, the time
Once you make the
comes.
3-bet, you go to the races. Let's go.
Well, his 3-bet wasn't size huge, but at this point, ace king's a big hand.
And then positions, you're just happy to get it in.
All in. I call.
Camptown race.
And we have a classic flip situation here.
This should be
Between Tyler and Nicholas.
56-44.
It's fun to see the hands and just wait 3 minutes for the inevitable to happen.
Huge spot for both of these poker professionals here. Ace king against pocket queens.
And this is where the skill side of the game comes into effect.
Go to the flop, deuce 5-7. Great board for Tyler. All clubs, neither player with a club.
Chop.
Chop. Club, chop.
Ace king. Ace king. Turn card is.
You hear the rooting in the
Turn card
background.
is a queen.
Wow, that would
That spells
send everyone
disaster
to
for Nicholas. That'll send him home in 6th place.
And another club. All you needed was a club. What a crazy game. He played really well, and he ran into a big hand and lost his race.
Oh, there's nothing he could have done, but he
Nope.
does go home with $184,787. Not a terrible payday.
Not too bad. I think that'll make him feel pretty well after he gets over the upsetness from losing that race.
Yeah.
And you see everybody at the table just prize jump, so they're kind of all happy. They just earned an extra.
What is it? 16, 30, 44,000.
44,000
Yep.
just sitting at the table watching things play out. And now G is at the bottom of the chip chart, and Tyler's past Nathan.
Other than Tyler, Gia perhaps the most happy by that
Yep.
board run out.
Yes.
Then I saw it's the queen, and I'm like, oh, I won this pot.
And you hear the talk on the table, because nobody wanted to really get knocked out 6. You were guaranteed 6 last night. You just want to come in today and at least make 44. First guy's done. Now you don't feel like you're first out. And as things turn out, I think you'll see Richard and I think you'll see Daniel and Gia playing a lot more hands than Richard right now. Richard will probably try to jump up on the prize pool more than win, unless he has a quality hand. And Gia knows where he stands right now, and he's going to start rumbling and hope to double up.
Well, Jamie, talk to us a little bit about this dynamic here where we have 2 stacks over 100 big blinds. The third biggest stack, still a decent amount of big blinds, 65, but significantly less than the top 2 stacks. What are the ICM implications of this?
Well, if I were the 2 big stacks right now, I'd be leaning on the middle stacks the most. They have the most to lose right now. They stand to climb up the ladder 1 or 2 rungs if they just kind of chill out and let the 35 big blind stack fall on the dagger first. So if I'm the 2 big stacks right now, I'm going to be 3-betting in position any of the medium stacks that are opening with like anything reasonable.
This is
Ironically,
a reasonable hand.
I probably wouldn't be picking on the short stack too much because they're the one who actually can just jam it in without many ICM implications.
Right, so the short stack is gonna flip with you, so you really don't want to do it with too low of a quality hand. And the other factor that comes in, these 2 stacks might play against each other. And even though that can become an ICM nightmare, people play for the win. And if one of the 2 can feel the other one will be pressured, they'll have to stay out of the fray. So you might just see one of the big stacks doing the damage.
We almost have a family pot here. 4 ways to the flop. Ace-9, Ace-4 suited. I probably would have 3-bet the Ace-4 suited if I were Tyler. Nathan calls with the pocket 5s. Richard defends the Deuce-3 suited.
Probably a
King-3 Jack, not a great flop for any players at this table.
well, Richard flopped a pair and backdoor spades.
Little does Nathan know he's in the lead in this hand with his pocket 5s. Dave, I'm not sure if you notice it, but Nathan at the table, he's rocking back and forth. Is this something you think you could ever use to your advantage in a future hand if he stops doing that, or if he does it more? Or
What you'll find is, again, if people are playing multi-way hands, they're not really feeling the amount of stress as heads up and trying to bluff someone heads up. when people, he's in a rhythm, and I don't think that's going to change, and you can use that for a tell. They both have their hands on their sides also, so they're trying to keep their hands on the side. So if one of them starts playing with chips a little bit aggressively during a hand, you might look towards that being a pacifying thing, and they might be doing that to pacify their nerves, and you might pick up on that.
One reliable tell, Richard's wearing a Fitbit, so I would just check for his pulse.
That's very interesting.
I actually did see that once, a player who had their heart rate displayed on the Fitbit, and I'm like, you might want to turn that around.
I've seen players reach out to take the player next to their pulse during a hand, but that would be.
Were you at my table? Aaron Messi did that to me.
Did he?
Yeah,
really?
I said
No.
go ahead. I'm like, you're not getting any reads.
That's funny.
Daniel's going to bluff at this river, and it looks like he's going to get it through here.
And look at that
Very nice
natural
bluff
smile.
by-
Look how
very
happy
nice
he is.
bluff
There you
by
are.
Daniel,
And
and-
look at everything creasing up. It's fully full-fledged and happy.
Nobody at the table is disappointed in that pot as Gia, who was the only player who did not play the pot, who would have made the nuts in that hand with King Jack.
Oh, poor G trying to save a blind or two. Now, when something like that happens, too, and when people ask me about poker, what's the toughest thing to teach? The toughest thing to teach is getting over beats and getting over not playing a hand where you would have won a lot of chips. A lot of people just get really upset and they can't overcome those things. And Gio seeing that hand go by him and him being the short stack has to bother him, but he's got enough poker smarts to be able to push it away and just move on. And if you notice, he didn't tell the table what he had. He didn't. A lot of people decide they want to talk to the table and tell them what they folded, what they would have had to. They're not your friends. They're not commiserating with you. Send a text to yourself or a friend. He's not very happy at the moment. But he's not
an
giving out
easygoing
info.
person in general, though.
He's
I doubt
very
he's
easygoing.
going to go on tilt for anything.
No. He's not going to go on tilt, but many players have problems adjusting to something going wrong. And that is something going wrong.
And
This is big.
and here's something, speaking of things going wrong for
Yes.
Tyler. Daniel Weinman now in the big blind with pocket aces, and Tyler has just been getting 3-bet and 4-bet by Daniel, and so this is going to be a spot where, let's see if Tyler is reluctant to let this go. I can't imagine that Daniel is going to do anything other than 3-bet in this spot.
And if anyone didn't hear me say it's his birthday, you'd know it's his birthday now, right? He's gotten kings and aces for decent pots. And it makes it easier to fold ace queen suited if you know you're getting kings and aces for your birthday.
Yes. Someone once told me if they never played ace queen, they'd never have lost the tournament. So again, ace queen's a huge hand against younger players that are 3-betting stuff, but ace queen's terrible against somebody over 60.
That's a pretty good rule to live by. I like that.
We have a 3-bet, and he takes it down.
And there's that big smile. Happy. It's my
I need
birthday.
to make
I'm
like
making money.
different charts for like the under 40, like and the over 60. Like what I'm willing to 3-bet. I need a shove
100%.
chart. My shove chart for like shoving onto the big blind and small blind over 60 probably looks a little different than my shove chart against you guys.
Well, I mean,
Like any two cards.
Yes.
it's funny. If you're sitting with ace 10 in the big and a 70-year-old jams the small, he's crushing your ace jack, and you have to call because of the chart.
Yes, if I was coaching an elderly player, their shove chart would just look like any two cards in every spot.
Well,
with 10 big
there's a
blinds.
lot of older players and some women that I know that have been training, and they build up some huge stacks, and they're being told
Yep.
to open it up. So,
Middle-aged women, definitely who learn the power of table image, are probably the most plus EV short stacks in the room when they get short.
100%, and even to build their stack, nobody really wants to play a hand against them if they're opening because their range is supposed to be so small. Well, Daniel's got a deuce. We're going to play this hand just showing one of Daniel's cards so everyone could play at home and try to figure it out.
Gia now, king 4 suited. He's not going to let this one go.
All right, going up 75, and 4-8, purple deck 40, 75.
He does let him go. Wow.
You know, I didn't want to be wrong and tell you he will. I didn't want to be wrong.
I would not have
one.
been letting that go.
Oh, well, we've played a lot together, and you seem to like a lot more hands than I like.
In position.
In position, while you're looking down at me saying you're not going to
raise
call
from the
anyway.
small blind, I'm definitely making that call there.
I would have either called or 3-bet. I probably would have called in this situation, but
Sure. I mean, I've played with both you and Jamie, and Jamie's a lot more fun to play with. You know, you're just in there piling 3-bets and raises.
And I'm just flatting like, let's see 3, Cold Stone.
I'm like, what's up, Kane? And he goes, you ready? I go, oh, shoot. I was hoping not to be ready. Can't we just see flops? And that's a compliment.
so now if Daniel sees that, I mean, King 4 suited, it's not the strongest hand you can get in poker, David, but it's a pretty strong hand, small blind versus big blind. And if I'm Daniel and I see that the big blind folded that to my 3x raise, I'm going to do a couple of things differently. One is I'm going to raise more small blinds than I would have otherwise, and two, I can in fact try to make it a $250,000 raise or $275,000 raise to get away with a smaller sizing.
True, and I think on the other side of that is now in a half hour you realize people just saw you fold the king there, and now next time you know they'll be raising you even lighter. Well,
right.
He had to do so; it couldn't be much lighter, but you'll respond differently.
You see, Gia's not a big fan of calling. I mean, in general, that's a great strategy to just make sure that you are taking initiative and that you have the lead in the hand all the time. Like we've seen him open queen deuce and we've seen him play aggressively, and he hasn't hit the call button almost ever. In the small blind, he had ace jack off. Rather than either flatting or 3-betting, he elected to fold the hand. I think he's just trying to not press call very often.
And against a player like that, against a player who opts to either come in re-raising or folding, you can in fact get away with smaller bet sizes. So Daniel could get away with perhaps a min raise or a $225,000 raise or $250,000 raise.
It's just changed the game so much, the feed and the half-hour delays. Once the World Series started it, like a few years back, everyone decided they needed a pit crew, and it's very important. All these players should have 1 to 2 players that are watching the footage, and you know, as they have questions, the other people could also say what they've seen that they're not even questioning. Other players didn't even notice that hand. So, you know, when they go on the side, if the pit crew's good, they'll let them know what happened in those spots. G is going to probably open the queen 8 of the clubs here. He's got the button. Oh, Tyler folds a6 right away. Doesn't want to get into trouble. Oops, he didn't fold it right away. Yes, he did. Okay, this is going to be an interesting hand because Nathan's going to call and see a flop at least. And he's really in a bad spot. But those spots change after the flop sometimes.
Oh, and it went check, check.
I'm a little surprised at that, but
I expected Gia to throw out a bet there. I mean, it gets through so often on a paired board.
and I think even Nathan, not that he wanted the donk lead, but Gia is the short stack, and it could end right there if Gia doesn't want to spend anything on it. But I guess he just waited one street to try that. Kind of looks stronger also doing it that way.
You're saying Nick? Nate.
You're at least being consistent.
If anyone's at the Borgata right now, there's actually a promotion today, $30,000 weekly ultimate high hand. It's $250 on Wednesdays and Fridays, $500 on Thursdays, every 20 minutes from noon to 10 p.m. Through the whole month of February. So it doesn't matter what limit you're playing. So if you're just getting into poker and you're playing small, it's still the same prize, $250 if you make a qualifying high hand and it holds for 20 minutes.
Action will start over with Daniel. Fold. She folds.
Yeah, it looks like Krev Rubenstein wants me to be quiet and let Kane talk. That's
nice.
very
Jeez.
nice of you, Craig. Okay, no offense, Dave, but shush, I will just sit back and wait for Kane to take a break.
So here's Tyler now raising his button here with the Jack Deuce. This is a pretty light raise here, and now what he might be thinking is that Richard is an amateur in the big blind, and he may be looking to not get involved in as many pots or not play as tricky. So that could be the reason why he's opening up his game here on the button. Generally, this hand would qualify as a fold on the button, but he does take it down there.
And again, you kind of standard figuring who to pick on at the table right now. The old guy that they're afraid won't make a move. I know how he feels.
Tyler Kenny, the chip leader right now, and he's keeping the pedal to the metal, continuing to accumulate chips. And for all the players at this final table, it is important when you're at a final table like this to have a friend or a colleague watching the live stream to kind of learn what the other players at the final table are doing. Do you suspect that most of these players at this final table have somebody doing that and cluing them in?
I'd say they have to, and like I said earlier, at least two people, because people will miss things. Two minds are watching what's going on to let you know exactly what they felt were important. And then you have to be able to ask. You have to note the hand you were in, and you know, the hand I had, King 4, what did the other player have? And when you find out he just had the deuce of clubs, you come back from the break, and you both know what information was passed to react to that. But without having that, you're really at a huge disadvantage.
You know, as crazy as it sounds, the first time I Final Table to streamed Final Table, I didn't even know that, like, live streaming was a thing. Like, I was coming from an online back. It was Borgata several years ago, and it was the opening event.
Wow,
and
that's crazy.
I didn't even know that they were doing a live stream. I didn't have anybody following, and somebody at the table just said, well, who do you have tuning in to the live stream? And I said, what are you talking about?
How did you end up doing?
I got 8th, so perhaps I should have had somebody on this watching the stream.
How many questions did you have during that final table that you would have wanted to answer?
It was, you know what, because it's the opening event, it was very short stack, so the decisions were pretty straightforward.
I gotcha. But it's something that you learn from anyway in the future, and nobody that makes it to a final table that doesn't have somebody helping them does it a second time.
Mm-hmm. I had poker night recently down in Florida. I had friends telling me the hands, and once in a while it got in my head in a bad way. Like, I made a bad fold, and then it was like eating at me. Instead of in a cash game, you make a bad fold, whatever, you might not ever even find out about it. It's definitely good information to have for the future, but while you're still playing the game, I felt like it was like nagging at me because I was like regretting folding and all this stuff, and I'm like, man, sometimes maybe I've heard people say that they don't want to hear information, they just want to play their game, and I think that I always thought, oh, that's kind of foolish to like not get all the information you can.
Right.
But if it's going to emotionally affect you, then maybe it is better to just wait and find out after you're done playing.
If it's going to emotionally affect you, but that would be a weakness in players' games.
Yeah. I was like embarrassed that I was like feeling. I was like, oh my god, I'm like feeling shame that I folded this hand. I'm like, why?
And it was on TV.
Yeah,
people saw it. Yes.
You know what? I can relate to that because I have a bet on the Super Bowl. And I have some other friends who came up to me and said, you know, the other side is a sharp side, right? And I'm thinking, like, I should really switch. But I'm thinking, if I switch and the Patriots, who I bet on originally, win, I'm just going to feel so badly that I switched and went with the sharp money.
It's when somebody gives you, like, if, let's say you make a bet and you get the wrong receipt, you never return it. You just, like, just in case maybe it was the wrong lottery ticket.
Yeah. So it's almost like an emotional reverse free roll in that situation.
I've been in situations where a player has said he'll show the other player the card, and I've seen players say, I don't want to see, and that's another
crazy,
thing.
right?
They don't want to see if they were bluffed because it'll bother them. When it's information, always accept information. And, you know, if you can't digest it, then you're really going to be at a disadvantage. And here are the chip counts with Tyler pulling away a little bit with 132 bigs, and Gia at the bottom with 29 bigs. 29 bigs, like, still has so much play left.
And the two stars of the show so far this final table have been Tyler and Daniel. Daniel kind of chipping up slowly. Of course, he's been picking up some big hands. We've also seen him make some very good plays. We saw him raise the deuce of clubs out of the small blind, get that through. We didn't know what his other card was. But we also did see him bluff with ace-9 into 3 other players on the river, a bluff that ended up getting through, which was a very good bluff. Tyler, in his own respect, of course, he did win a big flip. and that was a huge spot. But other than that, he has been playing very well and aggressive. And in fact, Tyler, I would say, has been playing the most aggressively at this final table so far.
And each time he gets run over and has to fold, he doesn't get deterred. He just assumes they have big hands, and he just gets right back on the bike and rides.
He did play the weirdest hand of the final table so far with that very small value bet on the river when he had the flush, and I don't know if that was his intention to induce a raise there, but it worked.
Yeah, he really sized it to
really
get paid,
weird.
and it caused.
Yeah, it caused him to make an extra like 600,000 chips.
Thought processes are different for everybody, and when it works, it makes you feel real proud. I'm sure he liked hearing that call. Making that, seeing the raise and calling. He didn't re-raise it, so I can't imagine him thinking he'd be called by a worse hand at that point.
Gia makes it 225 with pocket sixes from the button.
And he's raising from the button here. I'm surprised Tyler's not giving any resistance, but there's no way Gia folds the hand, so it just worked out really good. Nathan really doesn't have much to fight with either.
And Gia's not the prime target to be 3-betting at this point. He's got a 29 big blind stack. He can just easily jam it in without much ICM worries.
Well, he can also fold to resistance and wait for another one if he has a typical button hand, but he had a good button hand, which he would have went with.
So with Richard at this table, having less than 50 big blinds or around that, Gia, you don't think Gia should be concerned about that at all?
I don't know if Richard's the guy to wait out, Like,
Right.
he's not going to get too aggressive. If I was sitting there as a shortest stack, and the most aggressive player was the next shortest stack, then yeah, I'm going to pass on some spots that maybe were plus chip EV, knowing that person's probably going to implode before I need to put my whole stack in. But Richard's not that guy. Richard's a guy who's waiting for good cards. So I think Gia is going to have to probably risk his tournament life before Richard does.
Yeah, I believe Richard will be staying out of the fray. Of course, he's not going to fold quality hands, and there's semi-coolers that go on, but even though he raised 9-10 one hand way at the beginning, he really hasn't gotten involved with anything. And, he could probably get away with a little bit more right now if he wants to sneak a few opens in. But I think he's going to look for the ICM value of moving up.
Tyler opening the button with a legit hand this time, 9-10 offsuit. Now Nathan, small blind with ace-jack, and he's reaching for chips. Puts out a raise here. I wouldn't have minded either option, raising or calling in Nathan's spot here. The problem with calling is that it kind of defines the range of your range of hands in the spot. The problem with re-raising is you are so deep with Tyler playing a big pot out of position. You're the second biggest stack. He can just put you in so many difficult spots, both pre-flop and post-flop here. A very talented player.
Well, I think Nathan just doesn't want to give him a free flop. I understand he might be bloating the pot a little bit, but ace-jack doesn't really flop great too often, or at least good enough for him to be positive about where he stands.
If you're Tyler, what kind of hands are you flatting there? Would you have flatted the 10-9 off?
I wouldn't have flatted the 10-9 off. That's a hand I either would have 4-betted or folded, but I would have very strongly leaned towards folding. But in that's generally a spot where I do want to flat more or 4-bet more than I normally would, simply because of the amount of pressure I'm able to put my opponent there. So I would like to 4-bet hands like King 9 offsuit, Ace 7 offsuit. Hands like this would be in my 4-betting range. My flatting range would include certainly hands like 9-10 suited, 8-9 suited. All suited combos of ace-x. So now Gia under the gun. King 10 of clubs raises it up.
And Gia's starting to get a few more playable hands, which will help, and it's going to be up against Richard here. Richard will peel. And hope he doesn't hit a 10-high flop.
Richard calling out of the small blind.
It's refreshing how quickly these players are playing. There hasn't been any unnecessary tanking, and from a commentator standpoint, this is like so much more fun than when you have to fill so much time where people are unnecessarily tanking and you're just watching them breathe pretty much.
Exactly. Gia flopped the world without an ace, and Richard has second pair. So it's going to be very difficult for Richard to win this hand, but it's tough to fold second pair to 1-bet.
I would be very surprised if Richard folded here.
So this is where the problem gets created with peeling. If you're not a very experienced player, it's very hard to exactly know where your cards stand. He called the first bet, and he's praying that Gia slows down. He even gave him a
will go
look.
check.
I think if I'm Gia here, I'm actually going to try to take it one more time from the opponent.
Gia checks. I'm more in the camp of betting this turn. I don't mind a check.
I mean, now look at this. That check leads Richard to think that he has
healing
the
out
best hand.
chips here with second pair.
Now that's probably a blocker bet. I didn't see the sizing of it. I mean, if
The
it's like
reason if I were
350.
Gia that I'd probably check back the turn is that Richard flattered from the small blind, and I expect him to do that with like many like suited aces and things like that. And I kind of want to draw it against him because I don't think that I'm going to have. I don't even have enough chips to really like barrel twice and not be all in. So unless you're going to like barrel all in on the river when you don't get there,
I think the turn is
that
a
makes
better
sense.
spot for me to try to take the hand. But I understand what you're saying. Leave yourself with enough chips to be able to barrel the river. It's just his hand looks so strong. He can make almost any of the aces. I think that he flatted the big with fold right there. We didn't have an ace, but if
because
he did.
Richard flattered from the small.
Right.
So I think his range is like I mean, the player that I'm looking at, I think that he would be flatting a lot of like suited aces and things that could flop pretty well, or that he might just be hesitant to 3-bet. He might even have hands as good as like ace jack there,
Which I
which
think-
he won't really fold to Gia. So
It's close if he has ace-jack. I was thinking he's more appealing with a lower suited ace if he had an ace, and it's one you're not going to get knocked out of a final table with ace-7. What'd you do? I hit the ace with ace-7. So, you know, it could go both ways. Gia's hand was so powerful, too, with the flush draw and the pair that I might have
right,
taken a
like on the
second
flop,
step.
I'm happy Gia has a short stack to find a way to get it in. On the turn, I become less happy. You know, an ace is just so much stronger than your hand at that point, and
Well, you're actually
I just don't hate the
bluffing
check back
right
in that
there.
spot.
I didn't hate it. It induced a river bet.
Jamie, I think your analysis is really good. I do think he has more aces there than tens. I would lean towards betting probably a smaller size just because my hand has so much raw equity. I mean, even if my opponent is going to have tens like he did and continue to say a 1/4 pot bet on the turn, I am getting value here, and then also I'm kind of building a pot for when I do hit the river. Would be the arguments for betting in that spot. But in general, a mistake I think that players make is taking a hand where you have a draw plus showdown value and betting in order to fold out and what it accomplishes is it folds out hands that are worse, but hands that are better call. And in general, that's not a good situation to be in. This is a little bit of a different spot because we were drawing to the nuts, so building a pot becomes a little bit more important.
And I see your point, because Richard isn't really the type to check jam the turn.
Right.
So you don't really worry about not being able to realize your full equity in the hand. If he was someone who is able to check jam, then like I love getting it on the flop, and I don't love getting it on the turn. You know,
Right.
busting a tournament like that would really be a bummer when there was like so many other options.
I mean, against an ace, we have 14 cleanouts going to the river.
And there's a lot of aces that I think he would have called 1-bet with and then folded. And we're talking about a certain player. Obviously, if it was a different type of player there, then you'd play it differently. But I think he's looking to move up and not get knocked out.
So we have Daniel raising the button here, and we got Tyler in the big blind with pocket queens. And
it was a great fold by Gia there, too, to stay out of the way where he could have 3-bet his ace-7. So he's really playing spot on.
Tyler will be 3-betting here and giving Daniel a taste of his own medicine.
And it's interesting because if I'm Daniel and I'm opening this button, I'm expecting Tyler to 3-bet pretty wide range with the way the stacks are right now. So it's sort of interesting.
And Daniel has not a bad 4-betting hand in ace-9, and depending on the sizing, it's a hand you can actually take a flop with sometimes if facing a small size 3-bet. Generally at this final table, the 3-bets have been pretty large, though. That's a raise to 700,000, and facing a 3-bet of that size, if I'm Daniel, my options are binary here. I'm either going to 4-bet bluff with my ace-9, or I'm going to fold.
And the first decision might be a problem one if Daniel chooses that route.
Yeah, he's obviously running into it this time, but I do like this as a 4-bet bluff hand, and as I'm opening this hand, I'm just expecting that Tyler's a very good player. He realizes the positions that you're both in, and it's a really good 3-bet spot for him, and so, I mean, I probably would take this as a 4-bet spot. The only problem is, like, Tyler's 3-bet size is big. Now you're risking much more by 4-betting and having to fold. If Tyler had made a smaller 3-bet, do you think he would have gone for the 4-bet? That would be a decent spot.
I don't necessarily. I in fact think it becomes better to 4-bet when Tyler makes it bigger, because you're going to win. You're going to win more when he folds. I think if Tyler had made it, let's say 550,000, I would have taken a flop with the hand. But anything over 3x, I would choose to either 4-bet or fold.
So Daniel gets put in a difficult position now, being in third place, hoping the smallest stacks get knocked out before him. And Gia moves back up a little bit above Richard, who's waiting for a big hand, which isn't the worst thing to do.
It's pretty cool to be able to win a WPT on your birthday. Has anyone ever done that before? That would be an interesting stat.
That would be. Or a second time. The guy that has 2 WPT wins on their birthday.
You could just sit out the whole year and only play tournaments that end on your birthday.
Nathan now with pocket 9s in the big blind. He chooses to just call here. Would you ever be 3-betting this hand out of the big blind?
Well, Nathan's been very conservative. He did 3-bet a little bit earlier, and he took it down with the ace-jack. Probably not Daniel in this spot, but I could see 3-betting 9s in quite a lot of different spots.
So the flop goes check, check. Now Nathan in the tank on the turn, thinking about turning his hand into a bluff here. He checks. I imagine that Daniel's just going to try to show this down.
Well, Daniel has actually been playing a little bit out of the box. He bet the ace-9 in that 4-way hand, and this could be a good spot for him to try to just take it down. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
really small bet, right? How much is in the pot?
I don't know why Nathan would find a call right now. Oh, he didn't. He folded. And you're pretty much right there. If Nathan calls, you really know you have a problem. So he was defining Nathan's hand with that bet.
Even though the hand's just starting. Well, it'll be break once his hand's done. 15 minutes to start.
I don't really understand the bet too much there, but
Well, Tyler just gave that it's about to be a break, so right before breaks, bets are kind of different. His bet right there was just to shut it down and not have to deal with a huge bet on the river. If I mean, Nines really has to bet there. He can't expect to be good. He's got to make a 10 or a jack fold.
yeah, the problem though.
Happy birthday, Daniel.
Oh, look at this! Pocket aces under the gun.
Oh, we're on break, huh? This is when usually you hope everyone isn't like already getting ready to leave to use the bathroom, like mentally.
Folds around. Let's see if
That's the only...
Richard has something to play with him in the big blind. And Richard with pocket kings in the big
birthday
blind.
to you.
Poor Richard is waiting for kings all day long, and here they are. They're both going to outplay each other, but it's all going to get in.
And
That's Richard
Gia's going to have run to the bathroom and come back and be like, I made how many dollars while I was peeing?
Richard puts in the 3-bet here.
Just very poor timing for Richard because he's playing very well.
He is, and his 3-bet size here is huge. He goes a little over 4x here from the big blind. And
Which is telling the other guy he has a monster and he doesn't want to be outdrawn. Unfortunately, the other guy, Daniel, has a bigger monster.
I'm Daniel here. I'm doing nothing but re-raising with the way that Richard has been playing.
And the 3-bet size, like this is a real hand every single time.
Yeah.
You just may as well get it in right now.
Hey, true, because if it's ace-king, he won't get any more money after the flop from him.
Yep, and you know, once in a while you try to get like tricky with aces and you're like, oh, 3-bet size is really big, I can just flat here, whatever. And then the flop comes out ace high and somehow you don't stack someone who has kings.
Or, yes, pretty much. Look at Richard sitting there saying, please raise me, please raise me.
He does just call.
Wow, and he just calls.
I guess he's realizing that Richard's stack won't hurt him that well. It won't hurt him that much because he has $7 million. He just doesn't want to lose him with aces, and he can't be stacked.
Jack of spades, 5 of diamonds, and the jack of diamonds.
What do you think's going through Daniel's head, Coldstone?
That all the chips will get in over the streets, and he didn't want to lose them.
And all in a call, and Richard Foster is going to get
Richard
the bad
goes, what am I
news.
going to do? Yeah.
Richard Foster from Trenton, New Jersey, pharmaceutical industry, and he's drawn to 2 outs here. All in against Daniel Weinman.
He's doing everything he can. He has the bag on his back already, and he's standing up. So I think it's about 40-60 now,
He's got to
right?
get the handshake in.
He did.
Oh,
he went straight for the handshake.
Oh, and he said congratulations. But did you notice Daniel shot it back by saying it's not over yet?
Yeah.
Now that's him overcoming the have a good day. So he's actually reversed it.
Turn card is an 8, and Richard Foster is going to need one of the 2 remaining kings in order to stay in this tournament.
Well, it's happened to us. Maybe Richard could get it. I mean, what, Daniel? I've never hit a 2-outer, but you know what I'm saying. Now, right here, this brings me to an interesting point. If you folded 2 kings, would you let him know he has no outs? It's different than 1 card being folded, because people get very upset when you tell them you folded their out.
And see ya.
River is an ace, and Richard Foster has been eliminated in 5th place. He will take home, though, $228,884, which he said he's going to invest that money. And now he'll go to spend some time with his nephews. Richard Foster, congratulations on coming in 5th, and Daniel Weinman, happy birthday to you.
And now,
guys, we're going to go on a 20-minute break, so we will be back here shortly.
and the next prize is $275,000. See you guys in a few.
If you're looking to improve your game, no need to look any further. The official poker education partner for the World Poker Tour is Learn WPT, which is hosting a cash game strategy workshop here at the Borgata. And today, we got to take a look inside and talk to some of the participants about this unique poker experience.
Well, my favorite part of Learn WPT Live is the opportunity to get instruction from highly qualified, known professional players at the top level of their profession.
When I sit down and I'm dealt 2 cards, I know which cards I'm going to play and which cards I'm going to fold, and I know how I'm going to play those cards to maximize either my profit or to minimize my losses.
Unquestionably, what we're learning here is a proven game theory that will help a break-even player become a winning player, will help a winning player increase their winning rate.
There are no surprises. It's almost like a recipe in a cookbook. I know exactly how to play.
All right, I've pulled aside our Learn WPT Pro, Nick Binger, who is leading the workshop today. Nick, tell me more about Learn WPT Live.
So Learn WPT Live are 2-day intensive workshops where we take deep dives into either cash game strategy or tournament strategy. So if you want to improve your game in the shortest time possible, you can come to a Learn WPT Live workshop.
Now, players want to get in on the action and go to a future event. I know you have one coming up at Florida. Tell me more about that one.
We do. We have a tournament strategy workshop this April 8th and 9th at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Hollywood, Florida. We'll be going deep into tournament strategy, and we also have a VIP final table experience for the first 50 people that sign up. You'll be able to watch the filming of the World Poker Tour final table, as well as get a set tour and see how the TV show is made.
Sounds incredible. Where can people find out more information?
You can go to learnwpt.com/hardrock.
All right, well, there you have it. If you want to strengthen your poker game, check out learnwpt.com.
Play WPT brings true competition to online poker. Log on to Play WPT for some serious fun.
Do a little bit of magic here. But
Yes, this is the G I've played with in New York. He's never seen 2 cards he doesn't like.
try playing 4 cards with him.
275,000.
275 is the man.
Now, Tyler's in a difficult situation because, you know, he doesn't want to lose his chips. He doesn't have top pair, but against an aggressive player, sometimes you got to peel and take a card or 2, or even send it back his way. I'd more like the flat here because Gia might lead the turn, but, you know, a queen can always pop also. Well, he did flat. That was the issue we were trying to avoid.
Check.
Gia checking the best hand, trying to make it look like he shut down. Let's see if Tyler goes for it. Plus, I'm sure Gia doesn't want this pot to blow too much more. It's not the friendliest board. 2 pair with so many cards that could cause a straight accidentally.
I think Tyler has the best hair I've ever seen at a final table.
I think your boyfriend might have topped him at the table.
Thank you, Cold Stone.
You're welcome. Just that big blonde mop's nice, isn't it? So although I do adore this, it's just I'm glad I wasn't close enough to hold my fingers back from pushing them through his hair when he was at his final table.
What do you think of this bet, Kane?
It's an interesting bet here. He's opting to, I guess, try to turn his hand into a bluff in this spot. I would have been happy to check here. It's just he's trying to fold out a very narrow range. I believe if you bet the turn, you have to bet the river in this spot, and let's see if that's what he'll be planning on doing. If he plays anything like his brother Bryn does, then that's probably what's going through his head.
He does play like Bryn does.
We won't need to bluff this river.
I think it's important to blow the pot before you hit the nuts also. So I kind of like the way he played the turn.
So a disastrous river for Gia. The good news for him is that he may be able to get away from his hand on this river card.
Well, I mean, Gia's probably thinking he only loses, well, I guess it's not just the king anymore. There's a lot of 2 pairs that beat him. With the ace being the only 2 pair that really bothers him the most. It's going to be a problem for Gia. I don't know if Tyler should bet too much here. It smells like it's going to be over $1 million. In the background, you hear the blinds and the limits going on in a 50K guaranteed tournament at Borgata. There's always tournaments going on here at every level. So if you have nothing to do, or even if you have something to do, go down. 1-3 is a lot. That might be enough to make Gia think he's not value betting and call. That's a really well-sized bet. I think he folds if it's 200,000. I think he really made a perfect bet because it looks like a bluff.
Gia at this point just can't beat anything. Like anything that's interested in betting the turn, it would have to have been just like a stone bluff the entire way.
That's why
you just have to make the fold here.
That's why a 600K or 700K bet probably wouldn't have been called. The 1.3 is like, I don't want you in my hand, I'm bluffing you.
I would just have a very hard time putting Tyler on any type of bluff here.
Right. Because anything, like, think about the types of hands he can possibly have. Most of them have enough value to just check back. Like, anything you're beating would just check back, like a jack or something, or like, it just doesn't really make too much sense.
The only hand that really could make sense is a hand like 8-10 or 9-10 turned into a bluff, which is very ambitious.
Yeah. Such a small percentage of the range of hands he could have that you just have to make this fold.
It's going to be a tough fold.
And he makes the call, and he'll be shown the bad news.
And it was the bet sizing. I mean, you really have to give a lot of credit to Tyler on that one. He made it look like a bluffy bet. You know, why would you bet 1.3 when you could get $500,000 from me? And I think he just made it really tough for G to fold. I understand watching it and seeing all the overcards and all the big hands that beat him. But he has to have a king to make that bet or he's bluffing. Even ace queen's not going to make a bet there. So
no, there's so much stuff that has enough value to just check back.
King or a bluff. So, you know.
Go to the flop here, deuce 4-5, and what a flop for both players. Tyler with top pair and a flush draw, and Nathan with an up and down straight draw.
This is a very big spot for both players. Excuse me. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Now, Kane, do you raise here or do you just flat?
If I'm Tyler, I'm going to raise here. My hand just has too much equity against Nathan's range.
It's really harder to flop a better flop with queen 5 of hearts.
It's also going to be difficult because these two players are so deep. It would be difficult for Nathan to call with any hand by the river here. And
wow.
he hits a 6 for a flush and
a redraw to a straight flush.
I imagine that this street is going to go check, however.
Well, I mean, Nathan now has top pair. We'll see how he decides to play it. Most players would lead here with top pair, now thinking somebody has a 3 or 2 hearts.
Yeah, I prefer a check in this spot, as he does. And we head to the river.
I think that was a very good check.
Wow, and it's a 6, and that's going to be a good card for Tyler, as Nathan has now made trips.
This hand started off looking like it was going to be interesting, and wow, the cards that just made it real interesting fell.
I think this is a spot where you could size really big. And just, I mean, you're going to look very bluffy if you're Tyler, don't you think?
Well, Tyler opened up under the gun, so...
Nathan opened under the gun.
Nathan, I'm sorry. So, I mean, I'm thinking Tyler thinks he has an overpair right now, and he's just looking to extract as much as he can.
Like 800.
Yeah, I agree with you for a couple reasons. One reason is there are a decent amount of hands in Tyler's range that are just ace-X type of hands that are going to want to bluff the river. The second reason is with Nathan having checked back the turn, his range is in fact capped. So if Tyler wanted to bluff here, in other words, Nathan cannot have a full house, or it's very unlikely that Nathan has a full house. So in my opinion, Tyler should be betting larger than this. However, he goes with a relatively small bet, less than about 35% of the pot.
And it's not, I think he just wants to make sure he gets paid. Maybe show what he's defending with also. But I don't think he thinks Tyler could call too many big bets. I mean, if it is an ace-king, he's not getting called. If it's a pair of 10s, jacks, or queens, he's going to get called at 375. More than $1 million, I believe.
I'm not too sure what Nathan is thinking about right now.
Perhaps
he's confused by Tyler's hair.
Wow, so Tyler did actually induce a raise here.
Wow.
Good for him. I didn't really think that...
Putting out a raise, this is really...
very odd.
I'm not too sure what he's trying to represent here. It's such a narrow range to try to bluff.
I don't think he's bluffing here.
No,
I think he's going for value.
Okay,
yeah, no, he's not bluffing. He thinks Tyler might have some type of a pair.
I think that this is far too thin. I mean, it depends on how much you think Tyler's defending the big blind, but I would imagine that Tyler is defending a lot of big blinds. Even against an under-the-gun raise, getting a very good price against a 2x pre-flop raise, I do expect there to be a decent amount of 3x's in Tyler's defending range in the big blind here. So when he leads the river, I essentially expect Tyler to either have a bluff or to have a straight or a flush or perhaps a full house. So raising here for value, I'm not really sure what you're hoping to get value from at this point. I mean, maybe a hand like pocket 7s or pocket 8s that flatted pre-flop. And
7s, 8s, 9s, or 10s. He would have flatted with them pre-flop, too. And he showed great interest in the hand before the 6 came. So it could be an ace-5, try to look like a steal, or it could be an overpair. But 3 6s to Nathan, he feels he has the best hand, and he's going for value.
I totally agree with you, Kate. That like this just can't get called by worse.
I mean, the thing about it is that he still did put out, between both bets, it was less than a pot size bet, and yeah, Tyler makes a call, and as you can see, Tyler a little confused by the raise as well.
And Nathan flipped his cards over like he had the nuts. I understand you're saying you're not going to get much of a better hand to call, but I do feel Tyler felt he had the best hand and decided to throw something, some type of a raise out there.
Right.
Typical story would be where someone would say, how do you not raise with 3 6s, runner? He'll never have you.
He's out of position, right?
He is.
So I tend to size large.
3.5.
I mean, I might in this spot, just knowing, just with ICM and stuff, you don't want to be getting flatted, and I don't know. I think it just like defines the hands a little bit more if he picks a kind of larger 3-bet size. Plus, versus a good player, like, am I really trying to get flatted and then play post-flop out of position?
Ace-King's one of the more difficult hands to play when you break it against a player that has a quality hand. People love Ace-King and people hate Ace-King. It's usually flop dependent, though.
Oh, you know where I recognize friends of from? Nicholas. I recently played in a Poker Night in America cash game with him at Rivers Casino in Pittsburgh. Yeah, he played very well. He was a big winner in the game. Now Tyler carving out chips. He's going to come back over the top as we expected.
And anyone who's short right now is like, let's go.
And that's
want to see blood.
And that's probably going through Nicholas's head right now. Do I want to race a pair right now? But, you know, the time
once you make the
comes.
3-bet, you go to the races. Let's go.
Well, his 3-bet wasn't sized huge, but at this point, Ace-King's a big hand.
And then positions, you're just happy to get it in.
All in.
Camptown races.
And we have a classic flip situation here.
This should be
between Tyler and Nicholas.
56-44.
It's fun to see the hands and just wait 3 minutes for the inevitable to happen.
Huge spot for both of these poker professionals here. Ace-King against pocket queens.
And this is where the skill side of the game comes into effect.
Go to the flop, deuce 5-7. Great board for Tyler. All clubs, neither player with a club.
Chop.
Chop. Club, chop.
Ace king.
You hear the rooting in the
Turn
background.
card is a queen.
Wow, that would
spells
send everyone
disaster
to
for Nicholas. That'll send him home in 6th place.
And another club. All you needed was a club. What a crazy game. He played really well, and he ran into a big hand and lost his race.
Well, there's nothing he could have done, but he does go home with $184,787. Not a terrible payday.
Not too bad. I think that'll make him feel pretty well after he gets over the upsetness from losing that race.
Yeah.
And you see everybody at the table like already getting ready to leave to use the bathroom, like mentally.
Folds around. Let's see if
that's the only...
Richard has something to play with him in the big blind. And Richard with pocket kings in the big blind.
To you.
Poor Richard is waiting for kings all day long, and here they are. They're both going to outplay each other, but it's all going to get in.
And Gia's going to have run to the bathroom and come back and be like, I made how many dollars while I was peeing?
Richard puts in the 3-bet here.
Just very poor timing for Richard because he's playing very well.
He is, and his 3-bet size here is huge. He goes a little over 4x here from the big blind.
Which is telling the other guy he has a monster and he doesn't want to be outdrawn. Unfortunately, the other guy, Daniel, has a bigger monster.
I'm Daniel here. I'm doing nothing but re-raising with the way that Richard has been playing.
And the 3-bet size, like, this is a real hand every single time.
Yeah.
You just may as well get it in right now.
Hey, true, because if it's ace-king, he won't get any more money after the flop from him.
Yep, and, you know, once in a while you try to get, like, tricky with aces, and you're like, oh, 3-bet size is really big, I can just flat here, whatever. And then the flop comes out ace-high, and somehow you don't stack someone who has kings.
Or, yes, pretty much. Look at Richard sitting there saying, please raise me, please raise me.
He does just call.
Wow, and he just calls.
I guess he's realizing that Richard's stack won't hurt him that well. It won't hurt him that much because he has $7 million. He just doesn't want to lose him with aces, and he can't be stacked.
What do you think? What do you think's going through Daniel's head, Coldstone?
That all the chips will get in over the streets, and he didn't want to lose them.
And all in and a call, and Richard Foster is going to get the bad news.
What am I going to do? Yeah.
Richard Foster from Trenton, New Jersey, pharmaceutical industry, and he's drawn to 2 outs here. All in against Daniel Weinman.
He's doing everything he can. He has the bag on his back already, and he's standing up. So I think it's about 40-60 now, right?
He's got to get the handshake in.
He did.
Oh,
he went straight for the handshake.
Oh, and he said congratulations. But did you notice Daniel shot it back by saying it's not over yet?
Yeah.
Now that's him overcoming the have a good day. So he's actually reversed it.
Turn card is an 8, and Richard Foster is going to need one of the 2 remaining kings in order to stay in this tournament.
Well, it's happened to us. Maybe Richard could get it. I mean, what Daniel? I've never hit a 2-outer, but you know what I'm saying. Now, right here, this brings me to an interesting point. If you folded 2 kings, would you let him know he has no outs? It's different than 1 card being folded, because people get very upset when you tell them you folded their out.
And see ya.
River is an ace, and Richard Foster has been eliminated in 5th place. He will take home, though, $228,884, which he said he's going to invest that money. And now he'll go to spend some time with his nephews, Richard Foster.
Do you have what it takes to compete on the World Poker Tour stage? We're hosting a special televised event only for Club WPT winners, and you can win your package today. Win one of the 16 special tournaments held on Club WPT for a chance to compete against each other under the bright lights for amazing prizes, plus eternal bragging rights on the World Poker Tour. Time to show us what you got. Make your poker dream a reality. Sign up at clubwpt.com today.
And we're back with live play. Welcome back after the break. I'm here with Kane Callis, Jamie Kerstadler, and I am Dave Inselberg.
You guys are just joining us. We're at the final table of the Borgata Winter Poker Open, a $3,500 event. We're down to 4 players. We just lost our 5th place finisher, Richard Foster, Daniel Weinman cracked his pocket kings with pocket aces, and it is Daniel Weinman's birthday, and let me tell you, certainly things could not be going better for him on his birthday.
He's got a good matchup right now going for him, too. Right now, they're guaranteed $275,000 or $81. $275,000, $81. And they'll go up $52,000 if they survive the next pay jump. First place is $892,000. Second's $524,000.
Probably a welcome surprise for the couple people who ducked out to take a quick break, to come back to find out they're not five-handed, they're actually four-handed.
I believe the players stayed around to watch that hand play out.
Two players check it down, and Daniel's going to win yet another pot with ace-8 here. And so far, this final table has been all about Daniel Weinman and Tyler as well. Both players accumulating chips at this final table, building big stacks. And in fact, all the remaining four players at this final table are happy with how things have gone. Two players have been eliminated. They're moving up the pay scale. And now we have a real interesting situation with three big stacks and a smaller stack of just 32 big blind.
And that $4 million does take a chunk out of all of their stacks, so they'd rather not lose the hand to Gia, but you know they know Gia's going to go and his range is going to be a little bit wider than it had been.
Yeah, for the three bigger stacks here, it would really be a disaster to be eliminated before Gia, since Gia has such a small stack. However, that being said, the pay jump between fourth and third place actually isn't that large relative to the next two pay jumps. We're talking between fourth and third place, a difference of $50,000. And of course, that's real money to anybody, and that's a lot of money. But then you look at the next pay jumps, and we're talking about going from third to second place. We're talking about $200,000, 4 times the pay jump.
Yes, it becomes quite beneficial to wait out certain situations if you can, and you feel there's going to be aggressive play. I don't think Gia thinks he can wait out these three players, so I'm sure he's hoping to catch a couple of big hands and just step right back in there. Some people do that. They fold before they actually fold. That was a situation where
he folded in his mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Daniel picking up chips. Or is it Damn Daniel? There's Kelly in the background doing a great job announcing the table. All of Borgata's staff is really good and competent. It's always a pleasure to play here. And you just saw a little video of all the different places Borgata has now and all the places that they've remodeled. And it's just
What's your favorite restaurant here?
It's still the Old Homestead.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, me too.
I just can't ever have a bad meal at the Old Homestead.
Yeah. I definitely think their steaks are great.
What do you get? What kind of steak do you get?
I like a filet mignon, so that's usually what I get. When I go out with the tough guys, they want a porterhouse or a T-bone. And what you'll always find is those guys that insist on that always go for the filet side. I don't understand. I'm like, you guys.
I went last night. I got the 16-ounce filet with the lobster mashed potatoes.
Yeah, those
so
are
good. I started with the meatball. If you haven't had that meatball appetizer there, oh, it's fantastic. And then we got some sweet potato mashed sweet potato with marshmallows. It's so good.
Now you're getting me hungry. I'm glad we have food coming soon. Everything from even the things I wouldn't even think about eating is their bacon appetizer is just like cubes of like just great stuff.
Any vegetarians that were watching the stream just turned it off, though.
Well, bacon doesn't come from an animal, does it?
There was a Simpsons quote like that.
Is that?
Yeah, it was like, Lisa's like, pork, bacon, ham, it all comes from the same animal. And Homer goes, sure, Lisa, a magical animal.
I think Homer was just being dry. I think he knew.
Getting reads on cartoons.
I'm a Drudge fan. Nathan picking up some chips. He's been quiet most of the day. He came in with the stack lead, and he's still up there in the top three. Kind of playing the way he's supposed to play, just gliding through the air until it's your turn to play heads up.
As you can see there, Nathan with total live tournament earnings of a little over $780,000, which means that this final table will put him in that seven-figure category.
Gia's got a fun hand, and he's got enough bigs to play.
Gia's going to raise it up to $250,000. Tyler falls from the small blind down to 8. He's going to make the call.
Nathan defending the big blind with pocket threes, heads up against Gia's 5-7 of spades. Here's the flop. 6, king, 10, 2 spades.
It's going to be tough for Gia to ever find a fold here. And by the river, he should win this hand.
I'd say by the turn.
There you go.
Well, he wins the hand on the flop right there.
Well, he was going to win on one of the streets, unless a three-peeled. Non-spade.
We're down to 4 players here. Gia is our short stack. The other 3 players, Tyler, Nathan, and Daniel, all pretty similar chip stacks. If you guys are tuning in on Twitch, hey, what's going on, guys?
Just make myself neat again for put the jacket on for this.
Cold Stone on the far right side of your screen. I'm Kane Callis on the far left side. And between us, the beautiful Jamie Kerstetter.
Oh, thanks, Kane. We need cool nicknames. Cold Stone makes me realize that we need somehow to get some cool nicknames.
Where did we lose the most money in our life? Opening up an ice cream store. Let's make it my nickname.
Oh.
It's kind of a troll dig I get, but at this point I just think of it as something else.
Tyler announces 240. Nate folds from the small blind.
Daniel with another pair.
Dan's going to make the call. We're going to hands up. Our flop is 3 of diamonds, deuce of hearts, queen of hearts. Dan checks. Tyler checks. Turn is
Tyler removed the sunglasses.
9 of hearts.
And Daniel has taken a couple stabs in spots where I probably wouldn't have. I feel like I'm like learning a little bit watching him.
I also would not opt to lead this turn.
The other one was the Queen 7 on the 4-liner, right, where he bet out like 150K into about 350K, where I would have auto-checked back without even really thinking about it.
Me too.
But both times he takes down these pots without having to really make any tough decisions on a river.
Then he also, of course, bluffed the ace-9 into 3 other players on the river.
Which I feel like I just check back expecting my ace-9 to be good a lot of the time.
I think that was a
He was in
particularly
third
good
place.
spot.
He was in third place that hand.
He was.
See,
I just think the showdown value of the ace would make me just check back without really thinking about it, and he won a pot that I would have lost because of that.
And I also like his bet there. I'm sure he was looking for a card below the 5 on the turn, but it wasn't. But I think he still has to take a shot there because the next card's going to be over his 5 and cause more difficult decisions. Tyler with queens. That's the 3rd best hand to start with for all our new poker watchers.
What does that mean when a player announces their raise rather than putting out the chips, Coldstone?
You'd have to see past hands. Some people just sometimes announce, sometimes don't announce. If he hadn't been announcing and now he does announce, it's probably a lot more strength. He's not afraid to verbalize it. He doesn't think his voice is going to crack. Usually when you raise with queens, you don't have that type of a problem. This is going to be Gia's big hand right here, either win or lose. I don't see where the fold button's going to come from.
Well, it's going to be tough for him to win. He only has 6.9% equity here.
Yes, well, win, true. But in his mind, he has a pair and an up and down straight draw. Yeah, if he hits the queen, it's not too good either, but it might save him money. I mean, we see the other hand, so it makes it a little easier for us to talk about. But if you don't look at the queens and you look at Gia's short stack on a 9-10 jack board with the straight draw, you just know.
Yeah, Gia's pumped about this flop. He just has no idea that
He's continuing for sure.
He's running bad here.
He goes bet call on the flop as expected. The turn brings a card that Gia can now consider getting away from his hand now that there are 3 clubs out there. Gia without a club. Tyler has the queen of clubs.
He has a stranglehold on the hand, that's for sure right now. But again, Gia is looking at his cards and wondering, I guess, if he's good or if he's going to need to improve. But his hand has so much equity in a normal situation if it's not up against queens.
If I'm Gia here, to any reasonable size turn bet, I actually would be letting this hand go. I think players underrate the importance of having 3 to a suit on the flop and not having 1 in your hand. Your hand's equity against any reasonable range that your opponent can have, even if your opponent happens to have a hand like, let's say, ace-queen with a club or ace-king with a club, is not spectacular anyway. And then when your opponent has a made hand, let's say he has a made flush or king-queen, for example, you're just drawing stone dead.
Yep. But once again, Gio doesn't see.
Gio goes all in,
and that's. I mean, I knew that had to happen. Gio's going to see that 2 of his outs are gone, and he only has chop outs, except for a 9.
Tyler asks for a count, but I can't imagine he's ever going to consider folding here.
Especially with the queen of clubs, in case he did make a mistake during his hand. Either the queen of clubs should be good if a club comes, or, you know, pairing the board would counterfeit Gio's hand. So. Just a formality. I really can't imagine him ever finding a fold.
And he calls, and Gia's going to get the bad news.
Yeah, right now,
drawing to 2 outs to win.
Right now, Gia's face is probably like, what happened? It's unfortunate because even if he was up against aces, he'd be in a much better spot. It's just queens with the queen of clubs is just the ultimate problem.
Gia does have some chop outs.
Yes, looking for a red 8.
And the river card is a 4, and Tyler wins. Gia goes home, and man, is this final table moving along.
Yeah, and Gia really played to the best of any ability today. He tried to start off a little fast, and he slowed down, took his time, and he ran into a really big cooler right there. Yeah, a lot of times you'll think the other person has 1 club, and you'll want to stop the draw right there if you could, but you're not going to stop it from that hand.
It's
Great job, Gia.
it's a shove I wouldn't have made, but if Tyler is in the tank there with a hand that good, I mean, I suppose he may have folded a better hand than Gia's. Obviously, he's not folding queens with the queen of clubs there. He may have folded a jack there, so Gia turning his hand into a bluff with the thought that he probably has decent equity if he does get called.
Well, I mean, you would think
some
he
get
has
their equity only.
some equity. Well, you'd think he has 8 not outs.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he's assuming that he's jamming, trying to get a better hand to fold, with the possibility of making the best hand by the river. He just doesn't know that he's up against such a good hand.
Indisputably, Gia will occasionally get his opponent to fold better
jack,
hands.
yeah.
I think that ace jack no club is going to fold in that spot often. The issue is that when you do get called with a flush against a straight, against the type of hand that
you're drawing dead a lot or in very bad shape.
Your equity is so bad. I would prefer to shove all in a spot like that, maybe with a pair plus either the ace or king of clubs would be the type of hands I would choose to bluff at that spot. But nonetheless, Gia played well, and he goes home with $275,000, just over that amount, and he more than doubles his live tournament earnings with a score.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's been a great run for Gia. I'm really happy for him and everything, and I really can't fault anything he did today. Sometimes the cards just aren't going to go your way.
I think he hasn't been playing too much No Limit lately. He plays a lot of PLO in the city,
yeah, well,
as far as I know.
He plays a lot of PLO in the city, in Queens, and in the city. But he said he was going to concentrate more on tournaments, and he's been in a little bit of a tournament drought, so this will make him feel really good about his tournament play, and I'm sure we're going to see him for a long time.
Tyler casually stacking chips here while flopping second set. Nathan puts out a continuation bet. And Tyler just calls here. Interesting. I would probably have gone for a raise here.
And what if you made that raise, what are you trying to do with that? Bloat the pot a little bit, or are you eliminating free draws?
I'm just simply trying to get value out of my hand. If my opponent has an overpair, a pair of tens,
you're trying
it's
to get
also
more
a raise that I would make with gut shots like 6-8. Definitely like 6-8 with a backdoor flush draw, and with every combo of 6-7. Now Nathan turns decent amount of equity here, up and down straight draw. The The other issue with calling on this flop rather than raising is that it really allows you're hoping that your opponent is going to bet future streets with a size that actually gets you value. Whereas if you take impetus on the flop, you now are going to dictate the future bet sizing in the hand. So you're going to dictate how many chips are going into the pot. Oftentimes I'll see people slow play a set on a board like this, and they'll face a 1/3 or 1/4 bet on the turn, and then they're in kind of a situation where, well, now if they raise, what are they really bluffing with? Whereas if they would have just started out raising the flop, which if they construct a range of hands to do that with, some semi-bluffs and some made hands, then they're better able to control the action moving into future streets.
Well, and the only negative might be you lose the player, but if the player's never going to put if the player's never going to put more money into the pot without going ahead, it's very valid and should be raised.
Well, it couldn't have worked out better for Tyler here. He hits quads, and Nathan has a hand that is at the bottom of his range here. And if I were Nathan, I would be putting out a bet here. But he doesn't, and he just checks.
Quads.
Saves himself a big bet there on the river. Tyler shows the quads. And this final table continuing to go great for Tyler here.
I feel like Tyler, in the way he dresses and looks, could be Bryn Kenny plus Daryl Fish.
I could see that. I could see that. What's interesting is no matter how well he does, he'll always be in his brother's shadow, and I wouldn't mind.
Oh, it's terrible.
I would accept that role too.
It's hard not to be in the shadow of Bryn. Like, Bryn has just crushed for so long, and he's now playing super high rollers and stuff.
But now he's, this event makes him out of the shadow, even though your brother's great.
Does Bryn have a WPT title? I don't know.
He's got so many, I'm not sure. And with this, I'm now going to move to the third highest earner in Long Beach.
Tyler has been very successful in his own right. Coming into this final table, he did have $970,000 in live tournament earnings. His biggest score of which came in 2014, when he came in third at Legends at the Bicycle Casino in LA.
Yeah, I think the Legends paid $213,000 for third place. And he does give Bryn credit for teaching him. He says he's tight aggressive, and he's a nice guy. And we like nice guys.
He's also in fashion retail. You were mentioning, Jamie, the way that he dresses.
Wow.
Yoga, fashion business. He likes to build. And he's coming for his revenge.
Against who?
He just put 3 exclamation
Coming
points.
for my revenge. Uh-oh.
Maybe he has a prop bet with his brother.
So here Daniel was the pre-flop raiser. Nathan opted to just call pre-flop. We went check, bet, call on the flop, and now Daniel going to choose a sizing here on the turn. I would go large on this turn. There are just so many semi-bluffs, so many possible straight draws I could be continuing with here on the turn that I would go a little bit larger.
And in the tradition of poker, usually second pair nut is calling, but Nathan's been getting out of the way a lot, just trying to stay out of hands that he doesn't have extreme clarity with.
I would be surprised if Nathan let this go.
Nobody folds to a C-bet. The turn bet is the new C-bet spot.
He calls, as he should here, in my opinion, with all the potential draws that are on the board. And
that fills a few of the draws, like 3 of them.
River's the 9 of diamonds. That's
fills the Jack Queen, it fills the 8-6, and it fills the diamonds. It's not the best card for either player. I can't see any value coming. Yeah, that's it.
Wyman's running really pure today. That's a pretty cool claim to fame to have invented Fantasyland. For how many people love OFC and play it all the time now.
If it's true.
I think it is true. I've heard from other people, too.
Oh, really?
That,
That's true. I thought he was joking or trolling.
Mm-mm.
Well, that's pretty cool. So a lot of people really hate him.
People who've lost all the money in OFC.
People that you land on the opposite side of Fantasyland.
Wake up, Kane.
How's it going,
Hey, guys. How you all doing?
Here we are at the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. You're tuning in to the final table of our $3,500 event.
I'm trying to find some comedic moments, but it's playing so fast that I don't want to lose any of the poker that's going on.
We've had some good comedy from you, Coldstone.
Oh, this has been tame, but they're not giving me openings to be untame.
Tyler now on the button with ace-jack offsuit.
Taylor's going to raise it up. Looks like 240 to go. Small blind folds.
Aces, Dan? Damn, Dan, no aces.
Dan makes the call. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes 7 of diamonds, deuce of hearts, jack of spades.
Yeah. Keep forgetting, is Twitch asking us anything exciting? If you guys have any questions about backgrounds of players or, I don't know, anything you want to talk about, when there's downtime, we'll try to answer some Twitch questions.
So here, Tyler raised pre. Dan defended the big blind. He's facing a continuation bet here. If I'm Daniel with this hand, I am going to raise a decent amount of the time. I'm going to mix it up between either raising or calling. Looks like in this spot he opts to just call. I would prefer to raise if I did have a backdoor flush draw. Turn is a 4 of clubs. Looks like the dealer didn't like that card, but then reconsidered.
Right now, you know, Daniel's hoping he can find his gutty over there, but I don't know if I would have 3-bet the draw like you would have, but...
The issue with check raising the flop as wide as this without a backdoor flush draw is simply that there's really only one combo of 2 pair in Daniel's range, which is Jack 7. So the only hands with which he can check raise the flop for value are a set of deuces, set of 7s, and Jack 7. So to be perfectly balanced, I would instead choose to just check raise 9-10, 8-10, and 8-9 of either hearts, diamonds, or spades. So I don't mind his call here on the flop. However, when I do have a gut shot on this board here, it's just going to play out like this so often, where it goes bet flop, bet turn, and then you're going to have to lay down a hand where your opponent could simply have 2 overcards, you know, on a board like this. But
sure. And Tyler played that hand pretty straightforward, but he didn't want it to become a problem. I mean, he has top pair with an ace. He doesn't really want to fold it, but 2 pair could come pretty easily. And with him leaving the pot at under $1 million, he really won't face a bet of more than $500,000.
What you're seeing on the screen, the Sunday, $30K guarantee this Sunday because of the Super Bowl. We are adding a $2,700 entry, not taken out of the prize pool. It's being added by Borgata to the Spring Poker Open Championship. So for just $215, you can play this tournament. It'll probably be somewhere around $7K for first, plus that $2,700 seat.
So all 3 players at this final table, Daniel, Nathan, and Tyler, have been playing very well. Those of you tuning in on Twitch, weigh in. Let us know who you think is going to win this final table here. Right now, Tyler with the chip lead, but Daniel has been getting dealt some very, very strong hands pre-flop. Nathan, accomplished cash game player and tournament player, residing in Los Angeles, or in the Los Angeles area of California, in Corona, California, is originally from Canada, the only international player at this final table.
Canada's international? I always thought they were part of the U.S. They're so close. Wow, that's true, international. Let's have a little fun. If you want to write in what your biggest pet peeve is that you don't like done at the table that's always done. Like, let me give you an example. The guy that cracks aces, right after he cracks aces, for some reason he has to tell the guy he beat that he's lost with aces.
That is actually a really good one.
I'll give you a second one when you play a hand terrible and the guy says to you, nice hand, and you just decide you want to explain to him why you played it that way. So when your endorphins start pumping over a hand, try not to talk too much. It really is annoying. But write in what your pet peeves are.
And the Twitch chat asked how much Richard Foster's earnings were. He didn't write them down on here, but did you look on Hendon before? I think they were not much, so this was like a really huge score for him.
I think Richard Foster was like 3,500.
Yeah, so this is just a massive score for him, based on his experience so far.
Yeah, his biggest cash was $52K, 52 something. It looks like a K. He
handwriting's a
wrote it.
little-
What happens when these get written the night after you just final table? You're just so excited. You don't want to write anything. You don't want to do anything except leave, and then they hand you a questionnaire. So
Yeah, it's hard to see because Richard Foster's such a common name, so we're not really sure which one of the
It's under
database is him.
16,000
But yeah,
US dollars.
Yeah. So, I mean, this was just a massive score for him. Bummer for him to go out kings to aces, but still, I mean, that's just a huge breakthrough score.
what's this come out? Biggest tournament cash, 52K.
Could be online, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah,
He looks like an online player.
Yes, sure. But what an accomplishment for him.
So far, not too many people have weighed in. One guy said Daniel was going to win. He's got that birthday power. I agree with that. So far, the cards have been in his favor. Daniel, also a fantastic poker player in his own right. He and I battled online back in the day on full tilt. He was not on tilt. He played very well, and then since then he's been playing a lot more live. He's been playing a lot of mixed games. He also is an extremely accomplished golfer. We'll make some wagers on the golf course from time to time.
Now, Kane, if you see a table with a player that you feel is a tough competitor online, do you choose another table or do you just want to battle? Like, most of the time, table selection is very important, but it seems like you're playing against all the accomplished players when you're sitting down to play.
Well, the thing is, when you play online, generally the way it works is there's an army of professionals sitting around and waiting for an amateur to join the table. And, you know, normally you're going to have one of the 6 players at that table being an amateur or being a recreational player, and then the other 5 are all going to be kind of top elite pros at the stakes that I've played. So you got to be able to hold your own against the other 4 very talented professionals at the table in order to kind of compete and try to get the money from that amateur is generally how it worked.
I got you. So like a 2-5 game would have more selection, but if you're playing at your levels, you pretty much have a smaller pool of tables to play in.
Right. And the professionals, you know, become very intimate and familiar with the way that the game of the other professionals against whom they're playing.
Daniel checks the nut straight on his birthday. Daniel's playing pretty above the rim today, or at least running above the rim. He's winning with aces and queen deuce. They seem more relaxed at the table. I'm pretty sure that's because they know they're going home with at least 300,000. They came into today only guaranteed 184, and it seems like a loss if you come in and you don't add to that at all. So I'm sure whatever happens, they're all happy about today, and at least 2 of them will still be unhappy when they bust, but they'll reflect well upon their gains and their accomplishments.
A good Twitch response to your pet peeve thing. Shag Carpet says, when your well-intentioned neighbor makes change at the 75 ante level with your 100 chip.
That's always someone trying to get rid of their green chips.
Yeah.
They're not doing you a favor, but that's funny, yeah. That's all we got. How about people that bring in the antes and make a mistake all the time?
That would be really fun. I thought of a way to combat that neighbor, though, to just be, like, overly thankful. Thank you so much
You've
for
made this
making
game
that
so
chip,
much easier
that
for
change
us.
for me, and do it every single time until the person's like, what is happening?
And that's the guy that bets 575.
So this is interesting here. Nathan opens the button. Daniel in the small blind with King 7 of diamonds, 3 bets to 800K, which is on the smaller side for all the 3 bets we've been seeing at this final table, including Daniel's 3 bets earlier. So maybe this is a bit of a bet sizing tell based on the weak strength of his hand. It comes 6-9-9, which is a very c-bettable board in Daniel's position as the pre-flop 3-better. But Nathan won't be going anywhere on this board as he has a pair of 7s.
Yes, and usually if someone does bet in here, most people put them on the 6, which leads Nathan's 7s to be in an ultimately great spot.
Very small bet here, about 1/4 the size of the pot.
And Nathan almost taking his time with that call. Is almost like, oh, I got a 9. Should I call? It looked really strong to me the way he did that.
The turn is an 8, so both players pick up an up and down straight draw. And I expect that Daniel's going to continue to fire.
Well, that would be if he was going to shut down. That card will prevent him from shutting down. He just picked up a huge amount of that. Now remember, we see the 7s. He does not see the 7s. So this hand looks very big to him the way he's been playing it. He 3-bet pre-flop. He C-bet was called, and now where he would be shutting down, he just picked up a huge card, and he's going to be able to tell the story of, I had the overpair like you thought I had at this point. Now, does Nathan believe that story or not? Nathan's also up and down, but he can't really think at this point that his sevens are as good as he felt they were, because the turn bet just is showing a lot of power.
I like Daniel's bet size here, 1.8 million. He's setting himself up for a river shove here. If I'm in Nathan's spot here, in my opinion, there's no other play than to call. And he folds. I'm very surprised by that.
Well, a lot of people on the paired board get sketchy, and if the top of the board pairs, you think he might have had that pair that he got a little sticky with, and now there's two of them, and even an overpair might go for that. So I could see what he was thinking, and maybe even Daniel was thinking the same thing. But I think Daniel was just going with his, mini triple barrel at this point, because he did hit a great turn. Whereas
are you guys? Would you guys be folding pocket sevens there? I'm very surprised by that laydown.
No, I don't think
I'm not sure. I mean, if I think that Weinman's like setting up a river jam, if you think it's happening, 90% of the time, don't you think you're just saving chips? If you're not prepared to call off on the river, yeah, you turned a good card. You're open-ended.
Is Daniel
but
really going to shut?
I don't know.
Really going to shut Ace King on a deuce river?
Probably not.
I think it's going to be checked through.
And he is exactly. And when he bets 1.8 on the turn, like, I feel like he's very polarized there. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I would. I don't know. I guess it's like from playing with Daniel the whole time. If you think he's pulling the trigger there more often than not, then you just save chips by folding the turn. But if he's not a psychopath, then you probably should call the turn.
Yeah. Even if when Daniel does have the hand he's repping, a hand like pocket kings, I mean, you have 10 outs against that range.
Mm-hmm.
So I really don't like the fold there in position. It was a large bet, but it wasn't a pot size bet. It was about 60% the size of the pot. So in order to continue there in that spot, the direct odds that you need is about 28% equity. If you have 28% equity, you are compelled to continue there with your hand. You have 20% equity against pocket kings specifically. So I think folding there is a pretty big mistake.
Well, one of the reasons the thought process of folding makes sense is $200,000 if he's making a mistake on this hand. If the guy has ace-9, if the guy has a butter
he is
straight.
the shortest stack, so it's not like he's, he's not making a big.
How much does it cost him when he makes a mistake by folding?
Right.
People don't feel the fold mistake because they don't see the chips missing. It's the call and the ugh feeling. Like Gia felt, unfortunately, and I don't think there was anything wrong with his play. That's the only reason I'm thinking Nathan folded right there.
Right, and Nathan bought the 3-bet as meaning a very big hand, but what Nathan has to remember is they're three-handed. A 3-bet doesn't necessarily mean much, It's like his hand includes like every decent ace, pairs smaller than sevens, just good hands with blockers, so he can't immediately think when he's calling the 3-bet pre-flop that he's going to need to improve his hand.
The other thing to consider on that specific board run out is I would expect Daniel to barrel the turn every single time with 10 jack, 10 queen, and jack queen.
Okay.
And if you put all those hands in his range, you're just you're ahead of his whole range, in my opinion, especially if Daniel occasionally is going to be bluffing with ace king, ace queen. But a nice pot for Daniel. He continues to do very well at this final table, right at the heels of Tyler for the chip lead here. And Nathan's chips have just kind of been dwindling down, but he has, outlasted 3 of the players here at this final table. He's already locked up, all of the players at this final table have locked up $327,000.
Which is not too shabby. Daniel's really been playing to win also, and so is Tyler. So, I mean, he's picking up a lot more pots because of the passiveness, and he's feeling it and using it to his advantage. I do feel he would have shut down that hand if he didn't hit the up and down draw. But Nathan's keeping himself out of trouble, that's for sure. And this is why he's folding hands like that, because these hands can't happen. Something could happen. It's worth $200,000, which is a lot of buy-ins.
So you think that there are ICM considerations for Nathan, even though the other two players have?
100%. There's got to be.
I would agree only if one of the two big stacks were unaware of ICM, were way too loose, and showed that they don't care about risking 100 big blind stacks with a short stack, but they haven't shown that. They're both accomplished and smart players.
Agree, but aces against kings.
Right, you're counting on like that small percentage of the time where they get coolered.
They're playing three-way now. Neither of them wants to give up the chip advantage they have waiting this guy out, so they will have mini wars. I mean, if not, you just kind of can jam any two cards and be 45% for a double up.
Daniel, 10-6 suited, opens up his button.
I don't think Tyler or Daniel won't be opening their button going forward.
You still do think that Nathan will fold some buttons, though?
Yes.
I feel like they're deeper than they usually are at this point in the tournament. Like other times they've commentated together even, I feel like they were much shallower than this. I'm wondering if there were a lot of big hand matchups, like with 2 tables left, to distribute these chips to these stacks.
And even at this final table.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It did move so quickly that like the chips got redistributed to 3 players, and now they're playing super deep.
Well, except Nathan stayed with the same.
Yeah.
12,
Nathan's
which is
just
great.
been chilling, winning a house while other people bust.
Yeah, if you go in 3 or 4, hands over the day and still keep your chip stack. And I know, Kane, you like to accumulate and continue to accumulate, but there is something for the tortoise.
We have Tyler with barely over a min open. Daniel defending ace-6 in the big blind. Flop is king-queen-4. Tyler hitting top pair here.
And these two will continue to play hands against each other, which is helpful for Nathan.
Tyler checks back the top pair here. I would have fired a continuation bet for value here with a pair of kings.
And at this point, after you then bet, I guess he's looking to get he's looking to get Daniel to bet. So since he didn't, it's time for him to take control, I guess, of the pot, not let a 10 come, because Daniel has been hitting some pretty decent cards.
The issue with checking the king here, especially if Daniel has somebody watching the live stream, which I'm assuming he does, is king-queen-4 is just such a c-bettable board for the pre-flop raiser. And if Daniel knows that he's checking back that board with top pair, it becomes very difficult for Tyler to bluff in the future on that board. I was once playing a tournament where in the early levels I saw my opponent, and I'm not going to say who it is, but he's a talented player, check back the flop with top pair, top kicker, and then check back another flop with middle set. And for the rest of the tournament, as long as I was at his table, every time he c-bet, I raised him.
That's why it's so important. I mean, it's so crazy with live poker, though, to like take 1 or 2 hands and like attribute much to it, like, because you just might have a balanced range in that spot and be like, okay, this is the 1 out of 10 times that I'm deciding not to c-bet a hand this strong on this flop, and then you think it means something it doesn't, and all of a sudden you could get into trouble with that if someone does have a strategy like that.
Especially a set. Most tight players want to get value out of a set. Where if they had top pair, they might not, but they also might fold top pair to kings 3-bet, where the set won't do it. It's kind of they're playing backwards and letting you know what they're doing.
That's what's funny with these like 30-minute delays is like if you're aware that you did that and that an opponent who's watching your every move and is going to find out your hands saw that you checked back a hand that strong, then all of a sudden like you can adjust your strategy too.
I think that's the more important thing is to recall what you did for that half hour and change it up, because now they're going to hear that you bluffed. Now you can become tight, or they'll see that you're playing tight, and now you can open up loose.
Daniel continuing to be at the heels of Tyler here for the chip lead. Tyler with 143 big blinds, Daniel with 130. Nathan now down to just 55 big blinds.
I bet you this hand's Nathan is going to be Daniel against Tyler.
There's nothing else to talk about. Absolutely.
Who do you think's going to win?
That's a 50-50 one. Oh, a fold. Daniel folded the 9 deuce on the button. I'm wrong.
Tyler now calling with the Queen 10 rather than raising.
That's interesting for him to do that because he's been pretty much able to push his way through hands.
Yeah, I would have raised here.
Aren't all the cool kids limping the small blind now?
Yeah, but you're allowed.
He hasn't before. I understand. Like some people limp 100% of their small blinds. Earlier he had
100% of the small blinds.
The ones that they're playing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, who's not playing a small blind if it's just
I mean, if you have 9 deuce off, you're folding your small blind.
Still complete. You're going 4 to 1 odds, so 2 deuces. How big are the blinds? Oh, I was talking the quarter 50 level.
I would have liked to see Nathan fire a bet here on the turn with a gut shot. If I'm watching the live stream, if I'm either on Tyler or Daniel's rail right now, I'm telling them during a break, you know, Nathan, we haven't really seen a willingness from Nathan to put chips in the pot with anything marginal. So if he either calls or bets, I don't think I can recall a situation in which he was bluffing, and certainly when he's folding those pocket sevens, when you're betting into him, you might want to be weary that he's trapping.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, as his bigs go down, his range will open, and they'll also understand that. So he's kind of not going to get value on his big hands, but you're down to 3-handed, so you really figure that just 1 or 2 big hands can impact you enough not to have to worry about the little hands. He's limping the Queen 3. And Daniel's got a pretty good matchup on his birthday right now. Hey, jeez. You know.
Four, 6, 7. Daniel is up and down. Nathan with a gut shot.
Daniel flops well.
Daniel takes it down here. Who do you guys think is the best dressed of the 3 remaining players of this final table?
Kelly. I guess I'd have to say Nathan.
I think Tyler. Because his whole outfit, you know, from the hair to the headphones, he hasn't used a single time. You know, like the
hair's not an accessory.
It's surfer-ish, and the bracelets and stuff. Like,
he
he's very
can't
consistent.
wear the headphones with the hair, so it is just an accessory.
We have some very understated outfits at this this final table. Plain blue, plain red, and then.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the fact that everyone looks like they've had a shower recently. They probably smell good.
Very
with poker, you never know. Like every once in a while.
Unfortunately, you do know with poker.
I think a bigger deal used to be made about the players dressing, and I don't know. Do you remember there was a little while where Mike Sexton was like very on it every time he was talking about how don't dress homeless when you're at final tables. I haven't really seen anyone looking bad.
Just last year, I heard they if you make it to a final table, don't wear a hoodie and look terrible. Dress up, put on a sports jacket or something. But I don't think that's necessary. But you don't want to go in there all disheveled like some of the internet kids.
Yeah, you want to be a decent ambassador for the game.
It's very important. There's a lot of people in the game that might not be the best people to be viewed as poker players, and the majority are good people. So if you're going to be on TV and you're going to be representing poker, you might as well try to put your best face on.
Tyler sticking with his small blind limping strategy.
I mean, 2 of the players came in today with their candidate written on their T-shirt for the election, so they had to remove those shirts. So we wanted to make sure there was no.
Let's make this a politics-free stream. It's been a nice break today.
It is. I didn't mention what names they were wearing.
Poker's great for that, actually. A little break from reality for a little bit.
Yeah, well, I'm raising campaign money for my run in a couple of years, so if anybody's interested in working with me. First, we're going to delete my background so it doesn't come to harm me at all, and then we're going to...
What's your platform, Goldstone?
I just don't want to get political right now. Because anything I say would be either positive or negative about what's going on. I just want the world to get along.
I would vote for that.
Yeah.
How about no making change when on the 75 ante level? With
Yes, that's the top of it.
I think there should be certain penalties in the game that the whole table can agree on as a committee, like if somebody does something. Well, that would just be a one-hand penalty the second time it was done.
That would be really interesting if, like, the floor comes over and they're like, this guy was angling, and, like, 8 people at the table go, we all vote it was an angle.
That's it.
We all vote for a one-round penalty.
That's
and
it.
Like, well, see ya.
Self-governed by each table.
Somehow I feel like that system could be abused.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, really good players would always be accused of cheating.
Maybe in
Go
a
sit
cash
down.
game it'll be abused more, 4 or 5 buddies.
It looks like Nathan has gotten up from the table.
Yeah, he just figures he's going to let them play, and this way they don't have to worry about him getting in the way. Now, Nathan's has a few people over there, and that might have been a pit stop to find out what somebody had a half hour ago.
Nathan now on the button with Jack 10 will be raising. 300,000 is standard size. Daniel lets the King 7 offsuit go. Tyler folds the 8-4.
And I like saying that because he hasn't played many hands, so they're going to give him a higher range when he opens, so he should open a little bit more. Once again, you're three-handed, so your ranging really has changed quite a bit from the typical ranges.
Yeah, I might even play jacks in this spot.
Trolled by Jamie. I wouldn't be playing jacks yet, but it's pretty close. Heads up jacks is a big hand. Right now it's still aces, kings, ace, king, and ace, queen suited. You notice Daniel's now doing a little bit of that rocking, and Nathan stopped.
Tyler now with ace-5 of diamonds in the small blind. This is a great candidate for a hand to 3-bet bluff with. He elects to just call, which I don't mind with how deep these two players are, with Nathan's stack kind of dwindling down. But I either would have called or 3-bet. The other good thing about calling in this spot is that you don't really expect Nathan to get out of line and 3-bet bluff in the big blind. Tyler checks. Daniel is going to put out a continuation bet here with his gut shot. It's a very small bet by Daniel here. Tyler makes a call. We head to the turn. Turn is a 10 of diamonds, so Daniel picks up a pair to go with his gut shot. Tyler now with the nut flush draw.
These are the hands that could get out of control.
I would expect Daniel to check here on the turn.
7 of diamonds would be fun. Not a very birthday-like card, though.
Well, Daniel didn't get out of this one yet. Seems like Daniel's been hitting some decent cards. And that card you mentioned would have been the worst card on the deck.
Would you lead here if you were Tyler?
I think so. I think you get value. I mean, I think you get value out of every 10.
I don't see a
6
fault.
probably would hero. I don't know.
I don't see a fault with check calling. Don't forget, if second pair was interested, second pair is now.
Yeah, I would certainly
River
lead
card.
a different river card. I think I would just lead this still and expect that.
I think it's a good check call, and if he doesn't put any money in, fine. I think now when he builds it, he's got to be ready to call just in case.
I think leading here is whether to lead or to check here is an interesting question.
Checking could induce Daniel. Well, Daniel has a 10, but it can induce him without a hand to make a bet. Daniel has showdown value, so.
Yeah, like when he checks back the turn, I expect him to have a pair a decent amount of the time that would call here.
I think I prefer leading just because Daniel's range, having checked back the turn, is kind of weak. But my thought on this river is that you pretty much need to do either one or the other with your range. In other words, if you check here, you should check your pair of sixes, you should check if you happen to have pocket threes and aces, you should check everything that you have. Daniel does call here with a pair of tens, and the lead works out for Tyler quite well. But if you lead your pair of aces there, what hands are you really bluffing with, having called ace 6-9 and then having the run out come 9-10? You would almost have to turn a hand like 6-5 suited into a bluff on the river by leading if you're going to lead your ace there.
Not leading your ace does usually allow the other opponent to take a stab at it if they don't have shutdown equity also.
What did you tell us today? Close enough. How much are tickets?
I think you can get like most you can get most places for like 2,000, 2,500.
So Daniel did make the call. There weren't a whole lot of hands that he was beating in that spot, but I think I would have called as well as hands a little bit underrepresented. He does have an 8 blocking 7-8.
No, I mean, it was a very thin bet. I mean, Tyler really knew where he stood, and it was a good line. Most players might not find that little bit more extra to get out of that hand.
Dan could have considered a raise on that river as well, seeing as he did have an 8. He did have a 10 blocking some possible full house combos.
He might win the hand.
And considering that Tyler is very unlikely to have a hand better than 2 pair with a 10, in other words, he likely would 3-bet ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. His hand, the hands that he's capable of having in that spot are quite limited.
Do you think perhaps he didn't do it just because he's preserving his position against Nathan right now?
I think he didn't do it simply because the 10 still is pretty high up in his range, and to turn that hand into a bluff it is pretty ambitious.
Plus, he thought he was good and wouldn't be called by a worse hand, and that's why he called, because he thought he was good at the time. To get another thin line of value going back at him with a worse 10. Or,
oh, no, if he raised, he definitely wouldn't be going for value. It would definitely be turning a 10 into a bluff.
Yep.
So the price of poker is up now, $75,150 with a 25 ante. We have Nathan opening the button with Queen 8 and Tyler coming in with a dominated 8-9. Here's the flop. It's Ace Queen 5. Checks over to Nathan with middle pair. Quickly checks back.
Do you take one stab at it as Tyler?
No. No, I would prefer to bet here with hands that have some type of equity. But it looks like Tyler having some nefarious thoughts here with his 9 high.
That would be a naked bluff as opposed to a semi-bluff.
The naked bluff here, and
Whoa.
Nathan folds a pair of
That's crazy.
How good is Tyler feeling right now and feeling the emotions around him? He's asking them now. I wonder what answer he'll give. And Tyler's now gapping Daniel a little bit while Daniel and I guess is waiting for Nathan to stop waiting for Daniel.
Canadians are just so nice. Like, he doesn't want to beat him in a pot. He was like, you know what? You know, they're just so nice.
I'm very surprised with that
I
fold
can't believe
and the way
that.
that Nathan is playing in general. And again, this reinforces kind of the read that I had, that if Nathan does put chips into a pot, like, watch out, alarm bells should be going off.
It's going to be really hard for him to get value. If he does cooler someone, he still might let his opponent get away.
And he just folded the queen there, which means in a half hour he knows everyone's going to know he's folding second pair to 1-bet.
Well, and this is the beautiful thing about poker. You know, I approach the game from more of a game theory standpoint, where you wouldn't take hands like 9 high and really turn them into a bluff, because there are enough other hands I could be bluffing with that have equity. But from an exploitative standpoint, once you know the way that your opponent's playing, if you think he might fold second pair, a pair of queens in that spot, as strong of a hand as that, then betting there, you know, 2/3 pot bet, he wagered 675,000 chips to win 900,000 directly. therefore that needs to work less than 50% of the time. And if his opponent is folding as strong of a pair of queens, it's certainly working more than 50% of the time. And Tyler made a great play in that situation with just 9 high, picking up the pot.
And he's got the nuts again with the 9 high. Well, a lot of people are from the school, you're playing the don'ts and you're not really playing your cards. So his 2 cards shouldn't matter if he's just trying to make a certain person fold, whether it's 8-9 or whether it's something that has a little bit of backdoor equity. These 3 players look quite comfortable.
Anybody who hasn't been to Borgata, if you want to make a return trip, they're offering a winter escape package right now for $169 a night. Sunday through Thursday, $100 dining credit, 2 comedy club tickets, 2 Spa Takari day passes. You could upgrade to a Fiore suite for $30 more, and it's available until February 28th. So if you guys are guys who have girlfriends who forgot about Valentine's Day being pretty soon, that's a pretty good gift.
And that's $30 for Fiore's a steal.
Oh my God, that room is so nice.
Yes, and the bathroom's just incredible.
Daniel, the only player here who's splitting his small blind range. He has raised some small blinds and he has limped others. And so far when he's limped, Tyler has just limped behind. I would have raised the 5-7 suited, given that Daniel has been raising some small blinds. It just weakens his limping range so much that I would attack that with the 7-5 suited in Tyler's spot.
I'm just thinking Tyler doesn't want to go at it with Daniel. Daniel doesn't want to fully go at it with Tyler. He doesn't mind nibbling and giving him a little bit of a haircut until he comes and he gets a second place money. It is an ICM nightmare if these 2 just go at it. But, you know, people play the win. And
did you just use the words Tyler and haircut in the same sentence?
Yes.
I kind of like, I mean, if Tyler goes after Daniel a little bit, it's a good time to do it. I mean, you have him covered by a decent margin at this point.
Tyler could start.
You really can just put the pressure on him. And yep.
Bubble play at the final 3.
As you can see, Tyler, our chip leader right now, with about 19 million chips. Daniel in second place, and the difference in chips between third and second is about the same as the difference in chips between Daniel and Tyler, second and first, at this point in time.
Whereas I'm sure Dan would like to knock Nathan out to be even, he understands they exactly switch spots if he loses that race or hand or whatever you want to call the all-ins. And there we are. We're live from Borgata Hotel and Spa for the World Poker Tour final table.
You know what? I'm willing to make my prediction right now. I have Daniel to win this on his birthday.
Yeah, that'd be a good story. Tyler's going to give him a run for the money. I mean, if Nathan doesn't wake up with a hand soon, I think he's a big favorite to be third, not just because of chip count, but because with it being three-handed, with the aggression turning up, and Nathan has shown that he doesn't have that gear, really, as much as the other 2 guys, I think it gets to be Tyler and Daniel heads up pretty often here.
Yeah, I'm still taking Bart. I like Bart a lot.
Bart would have been fun at this final table,
I was really hoping he made
sure.
it to another final table at the Borgata. Very classy individual, and he's getting better and better at tournaments. I play PLO with him also on Long Island, but he's been really going deep in all these things, and he had a lot of chips. I was hoping to see him, Asher, Matt Brady. There were a lot of fun people that were still in the last 25. Not to take anything away from anybody, but you know, you like to see your friends there also.
Daniel, not until Wyman, opening the ace deuce of spades, and Tyler goes pretty far into the tank before 3-betting the ace-7 offsuit. And Coldstone, if you were at this final table and you had somebody on the rail telling you the hands, perhaps that's something that you'd pick up on, is that he took longer to 3-bet that time than he did the other times when he's had stronger holdings, when it's kind of an auto 3-bet.
And these are the extra things that people need to look into and try to use to their advantage, because there is nothing else really. I mean, there's bet sizing, there's bet patterns, but the next thing to do is to look at the opponent. Try to see him doing something different.
Daniel makes the call. It is deuce, jack, queen, and Daniel is ahead right now, but there's no way for him to know that. It's a very scary looking board for ace deuce.
It sure is. I mean, he has a stranglehold on the hand, but it doesn't mean he's going to be able to make it to the end. Tyler does realize he's got a big chip lead, and there's no reason for Daniel to really fight back against him right now. Daniel's been betting bottom pair, like he bet the 4 in the last hand, so he'll take a stab. Why not? But it would just be one stab.
Tyler checks this board. I would have expected to see a continuation bet. Perhaps he's setting up a delayed continuation bet. He does turn a 7-high flush draw,
which is a huge card for him. Not that he's sure the 7's good, but it does add a lot to his hand, especially since he was only drawing to a 7 before that card. I mean, Tyler, if he really wants to take control, he could just, start leading now, and he probably wouldn't have too much trouble until Nathan finally made a stand.
Perhaps on the flop, Tyler was thinking that Daniel hasn't called too many 3-bets pre-flop. He hasn't been very sticky, and that therefore his range is pretty tight, and he was just giving up. But now he fires out a bet, which I like. Fires out a little bit more than half pot, and Daniel here with bottom pair is not going to be able to continue in this hand.
And Tyler didn't see bet, which is kind of a little weird for Daniel to look at, which might make him think that Tyler just has so much of a monster that he didn't want to lose him. Or
I would be very surprised if Daniel continues. It looks like he's carving out chips. Wow. He makes a very loose call here, a very good call, seeing the whole cards. I would not even consider a call in this spot with ace deuce.
And most people that would make that call have some way to improve their hand in their mind, where his is very limited with the clubs on the board.
So it's a 6 of hearts. Tyler now with just a 7-high.
Now, if you call that turn, do you have to call the river? I mean, he already said he feels his deuce is good. If he feels his deuce is good, he only fell behind 4-5 right there, which really shouldn't be in the hand at this point.
In my opinion, Tyler must bet this river. This is the weakest hand that he's really going to show up with. He does have a club blocker to some type of flush that Daniel can have. Daniel likely is going to bet a lot of his strong hands on the flop. But he checks.
Wow.
Daniel checks, and he will show down ace deuce.
And he showed it first. He knew it was good.
Look at that. How about
he
that?
He knew
for
it was
a
good.
Smile. What a play by Daniel Weinman, making the correct read on that turn, calling with just ace deuce, and he takes down the pot.
Oh, wow. And again, do you think something from earlier in the hand made him feel that Tyler was weak? Because he's still just calling with a deuce.
Tyler a little bit incredulous about it.
Yeah, not very happy. And I'm sure he's not very happy he didn't put a big bet in on the river. He says he snaps. They're telling him if he bets, he would have been called. Someone just said he snaps. And that's part of those things that people do at the table after. I was going to call you anyway. It's like, no, you weren't.
I don't know. After that turn call, Daniel certainly, I think, would have considered a call on that river. Great hand by Daniel. And all of a sudden, Daniel and Tyler are getting much closer to parity.
You kind of feel you're going to come out of here with Daniel and Tyler being friends?
Of course.
Yeah.
Daniel is like, I don't personally know him, but he's friends with like every single person I know, and I feel like he's always nice like on social media, and he's always smiling here, even when he's like winning and losing.
Sure. Well, he's only been winning.
He has only been winning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see once he takes a bad one. But also, the people who busted were like handshake, smiles, leave. You know, it's been a really nice final table.
Nobody flipping the table.
Yeah. I kind of miss that. You know, you want someone to be a jerk.
That.
You want a villain.
No. Let the villains bubble tournaments. And there's your updated chip count with Tyler and Daniel very close, and Daniel actually now chip leader. Birthday boy took the chip lead, and he started that upward momentum the minute that he was picked to be the winner of this tournament.
Anybody who's watching on this stream and getting inspired to play, you can get a first deposit bonus on BorgataPoker.com. 100% bonus up to $600 with your first deposit. It's actually not that hard to release it compared to other sites, so it's not one of those fake bonuses.
No, and all you got to do is sit on there, play a couple of heads-up sit and goes, maybe with
Pretty
myself, and you'll get those points. You won't win though, but you get those points. Now, to tell you the truth, it's the tournaments on Borgata seem pretty easy. I mean,
Compared to internationally right now, for sure.
yeah.
Like,
I mean, for some reason, the players that are playing aren't as good as me. I'm just kidding. No, I mean
the way the schedule works is it's at night, so you get rec players. Rec players actually have a chance to play. It starts at around 7. There's satellites before that, but you get regular people who come home from work and play. Whereas like before Black Friday, a lot of the schedule was early. I'd start playing at like 11 a.m. and who besides people who are playing for a living can really do that?
Not too many, except on Sundays.
Yeah, that's why Sundays are great. Nathan was watching that last hand.
1400.
Nathan was watching that hand, the ace deuce versus a7 go down, and be like, please flush over flush, please.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, again, you know, it happens.
He's trying to make it 1.4 million, and he says 1400. It was like that was a sick hand. It's a good joke. You have that hand?
Here Daniel raises a button with 7-8 suited. Nathan defending king 3 off in the small blind, a little bit loose, or in the big blind, I'm sorry, a little bit loose.
Yeah, you had one.
Deuce 5-5, 1 heart. I imagine Daniel will win this one with a continuation bet on the flop here. Very small bet, about 1/4 the size of the pot, so Nathan opts to continue here. I don't mind this, considering the size of the flop bet was very small. Turn card is another 5, and this is a situation where Daniel is in a good situation to brute force bluff. In other words, if he continued to bluff the turn and the river, his range is so much stronger than Nathan's range that he could put Nathan in a really tough spot. He instead opts to check the turn with this 7-8 high, which I don't mind at all. Now he's at the river.
And watching
here.
Nathan play, like, you don't really need to triple barrel him. You know, I think you could really save for one decently sized barrel and expect to get through. What do you think? Like, do you think it's an opponent you don't really need to be, like, brute force barreling against?
I would have probably, against Nathan specifically, actually been more inclined to pull 3 to fire 3 here, just because.
You think you can get him to fold a pair, or like you think you can get it through ace high?
I think I would get him to fold everything.
Okay.
Everything that he plays this way. I mean, except maybe a hand like pocket 8s that he flatted pre-flop, but 6s, 4s, I would expect him to fold to an all-in bet on the river against me. So in other words, the only hand that I'm really expecting to get called by when I triple barrel here is if he happens to have quad 5s.
Okay.
Whereas now, Nathan's in a spot where he was considering calling with the king. He probably would have called with an ace, and Daniel is showing him his cards.
I need to make one of these final tables. Not just for the money, but it would be nice to have, like, because, like, you like, leak bust people, you know? And you're like, okay, this person tends to do this. This is what I would do against this opponent. And, like, Nathan will realize that, like, he played a couple of hands too tight and set himself up to be bullied by 2 very good players. And, like, watching it back, you could be like, all right, I mean, I just made $400K plus and also got to figure out that, like, a small leak is, like, costing me a lot of money versus very talented players.
Once again, every table plays differently, so you might go to the next table and be sitting there with Volpe and Kyle Barker, and
he'd be doing great against people who are blasting off. You know, like certain styles work better against certain players. Like against these two, though, folding the queen on the ace-queen board, things like that, like isn't going to, you know, he's not playing against 2 players who are only betting with value. So making tight folds is costing him money.
Here Tyler opens the button. Daniel just flats the big blind with ace-10 suited. Checks over to Tyler, and I imagine that Tyler will fire a continuation bet here, and I imagine that Daniel will call. Very small bet here, 250,000, and I think that Daniel has no other option but to call the flop here.
doesn't change too much. Yeah, in the background, someone won a hand and someone lost a hand in the 50K guarantee.
There's check, check. River card's a 9.
Won't change much.
And it goes check, check. Daniel will see that he's notched.
Now the smile goes back the other way. They keep just getting each other by a little bit.
You're just tuning into the live stream. We're here at the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. This is the final table of the Borgata Winter Poker Open, a $3,500 buy-in event. These players are playing for $892,000 and change. I'm Kane Callis. Alongside me, Cold Stone and Jamie Kerstetter.
And this event was a huge success. Massive fields.
1,312 players.
1,312, wow. That's huge. So, yeah, the whole poker's dead thing, I don't buy it anymore. It's never dead here. This WPT every year just gets massive fields and huge prize pools. Wow, it says here it's the 4th largest WPT ever for field size.
Wow.
That's pretty strong, and no surprise that it's at the Borgata.
What's your next stop? You going to Playground?
I'm actually headed straight to LA for the LAPC.
Oh, okay. Nice. How about you, Cold Stone?
It'll probably be local at Parks next week.
Oh, okay.
Then the Hard Rock has a bunch of things occurring.
They have another WPT this year, right? In the spring?
2 millions coming up, yeah.
Chip stacks have stayed pretty unchanged the past 20 minutes here. Daniel, the chip leader here with 17 million. Tyler right on his heels with almost 16 million chips, and Nathan bringing up the rear with about 6 million chips.
Did you guys chop Cherokee?
Yeah, the board. 10% of chips play.
Oh, really? What? That's amazing.
And with the way this three-handed match is playing, I imagine we're going to see a lot of poker here. It's going to really take a cooler in order for one of these players to get eliminated here.
I'm going to take the under, but I agree that you're probably right. I just have a feeling, like I usually do, that things go wrong in poker. For you out there, the Dow Jones broke 20,000 today, closing up 186 points, and the Nasdaq closed at 5,666. So if you guys are numbers players out there, you got the 666 to play today.
Do you have any stock picks for us, Cold Stone?
No, I'm not going to. CLMT might be one stock that I think will have a good year under the new administration, rebuilding America. But when you give out stock tips and you're right, you don't gain anything. And then when one's wrong, like for the next month, everyone's like, yo, when is that stock going to come back? You're like, listen, what about the other 9 I was right about?
Oh, yeah, I feel like a genius. I told my boyfriend and other people, I'm like, oh, Bitcoin, got to get into Bitcoin. And like the week I said it, it went like way, way, way up, and I was feeling great. I'm like, oh, look how much money I made you, and then it's a week later, and it's like down 400.
Well, it's back up over 1,000 now.
Good. Okay. See, I'm still smart, everyone.
Not really. I mean, you are, but like we have different views on Bitcoin. I was the biggest anti-Bitcoin person online over the last 3 years. Not the last year as it's come back, but I told a lot of people it just got too high too fast. And me and Chris Hooney made a few prop bets, which I always give him a 25% buyout on because he said it would go from 500 to 1,000 3 years ago, and it didn't even get close. Mm-hmm. Then 4 months ago, he said, I'll make you a bet that it's going to hit 1,000 by New Year's. And it was only about 6 and change. And I was like, come on, Chris. He's like, give me odds. And he wanted like a big odds, but we settled on 6-1 on the 1,000.
Oh, wow. Did it make it by New? It did, right?
A month before, he called me up for his buyout at 25% off. I gave it to him with the exception that if it does hit, I'll give you back
Your buyout.
Your buyout.
Okay.
And the day before, there were 3 trades over 1,000 in China. Now, we didn't have an agreement on where the place had a trade over 1,000, but we did have an agreement that had to be in U.S. currency. And those 3 trades were $30 higher than the market. It was the weirdest thing, like someone made the trades to win a bet. So we discussed it, and we just decided to cut it in half.
Okay.
And I gave him back half.
That's fair.
Yeah, and if it was the other way, you know, we would have probably decided to go to a group of 8. We go pick 4, and he picks 4 poker players, and they decide. Just because it was so ambiguous.
Sure.
In the future, we'll pick which exchange we
Plus,
should use.
he just had a baby, so you have to, like, you got to give
That's
him
why
his
he got the buyout. And he tried to get the buyout even lower because he's having a baby. And
Yeah.
I was like, Chris. And then he final tabled something the next week.
So all of a sudden, we have Daniel Weinman 3-betting the 5-9 offsuit here. So we have Tyler, who opened the button with King-9 suited. This is a strong hand, 3-handed, and Daniel picking the 5-9 offsuit in the big blind to 3-bet.
Well, I think what he's thinking right now is that he could take control of the non-aggressive side of this. You know, maybe he could bubble play Tyler a little bit.
This is certainly based on game flow, not based on the strength of his hand.
Right.
Tyler putting out a call here with King-9 suited as he should, and we're going to see these 2 top pros go to a flop.
Now, Daniel's never doing that with Ace-King. It's just standard for Tyler there to not worry about Ace-King. I mean, he really hasn't been that far out of line.
It's certainly part of Daniel's range. However, I think King-9 suited is a strong enough hand where if you were folding, considering you're opening so many buttons, it becomes profitable now for Daniel to 3-bet any 2 cards.
Whereas you would give a lot more respect to Nathan if he
If
did
Nathan had 3-bet me,
Yeah.
I probably would be ditching the King-9.
You're not doing great against Nathan's 3-bet range, I don't think.
I'm just trying to point that out to the people listening. You know? You can't go wrong listening to the advice that these 2 people are giving. So
Daniel 3-bets and checks this board. Tyler now considering a bluff. All he really has is 2 overcards. He can go runner straight.
Do you think that's a strange decision not to c-bet by Daniel?
Well, I think Daniel. I think a check raise by Daniel.
Do you think Tyler's
might be
range
huge.
includes like a lot of?
I would be check calling this all day. And in fact, this is a board where, remember, these players are 100 big blinds deep. This is actually a board that favors Tyler's range more than Daniel's. As Daniel probably isn't 3-betting hands like pocket 4s, pocket 5s, maybe not even pocket 8s, whereas all of these hands are in Tyler's range. So this is a board where I would, in fact, if I'm Daniel, I'm looking to check with most of my range on this board. I would probably check all over pairs and ace-king and the hand that I have.
Okay.
That card doesn't help at all.
Finding out on the stream I c-bet too much. That's good.
Everyone calls a c-bet. You got to bet the turn. That's the real spot now.
It changes if you're like 35 big blinds deep when you're happy to just bet aces and get it all in. But what happens when you
Right, yeah, you're not trying to get 100 big blinds in with one pair right here.
Well, that's how I felt about the ace-5 of diamonds he led. I thought that's a good check call spot, and he got thin value out of it to his credit. I probably wouldn't have gone for it and made less money.
It looked like Tyler was putting together chips for a bet, now reconsidering. What does this mean to you, Dave, when he was about to put out a bet?
Weak.
This is weak.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually had in tournaments where I've moved 2 big stacks out in front, or 3 big stacks out in front, then pulled them back and checked with the nuts. And the guy just pounded on me, and I was like, I call. Yeah, so jockeying with your chips is usually, you know, a weakness.
It's legitimate. It means you're actually reconsidering the bet.
No, usually I think they're doing it to make you think that to slow you down from betting when they check. He actually went back and put the bet in.
Well, here's an interesting thing. The bet size here, not relative to the pot, but the actual bet size. The fact he threw in an extra blue chip on there. That's like almost psychologically like he's trying to make it look a little more expensive, right?
Yeah.
Or just like, I'll just throw this on top too. I don't care what I bet. I have the best hand. You know?
So you would read this as weak?
And what he just did, I would read as strong.
As strong?
That extra
Okay.
chip, yeah, too. And he even went back and made the bet. If he would have checked after playing with his chips, I would have known he's got king high, and he just doesn't want me to blast.
Wow. I mean, after Daniel made like the motions and was like smiling or whatever, that looked like it was going to be a fold, didn't it? Like it looked like he was like, ah ha ha, fold. And then he just like made all these motions and then called. Like I really was not expecting that at all. I thought the hand was just over then.
And Tyler doesn't look very happy, and he just touched his face, pacifying himself a little bit,
I just think it's very strange. Like it's not often that people have like an exchange, like gestures and all that, and then continue with the hand. Such a big pot, such a big time.
And he was almost saying, I don't have much, but I got to call you. Now that 3
Yeah.
didn't change that much. I mean, it's really, Daniel is holding on to those pairs and winning hands, the ace deuce, and right now he hit the 5. His only fear is if the guy has, if Tyler has an 8, the 10 and the 3 shouldn't really play into the hands that much.
So it looks like Tyler is carving out chips not for his bet size, but rather to size up his own stack and to see how many chips he has left. Tyler has less than a pot size bet left. There's about 11.4 million chips in the pot. Tyler has 10.7 million chips behind, and he shoves all in.
What do you think Nathan's doing right now?
Throwing a party in his mind. That's what I would be doing.
Yes, he's saying, how did this happen? I only have 5 million. And it always happens. It's going to be very hard for Daniel to find this call. If he does, then he saw his cards. I mean,
if Daniel makes this call, then he's my hero.
He's his hero or cheating. He's definitely not cheating, if anybody thought that was a reference.
Now, what's going through Daniel's head is Tyler shoving all in? Is that the bet size he's going to choose with his value hands? In other words, if Tyler happened to have a hand like pocket 4s, pocket 8s, 6, 7 suited, is he now going to shove all in? The other thing going through Daniel's head is he going to do this with hands? Was he betting the flop with hands like Jack 9, Queen Jack, all these hands, Queen 9, hands that turned equity? And also an important consideration is when he does just have the King 9, no pair, no draw. Is he turning that? Is he bluffing 3 barrels in this way?
I mean, does he have 6, 7? Did he just flop it on me? What other hand can you barrel everything on? Do you have a set? Somehow he had 8, 10, hit 2 pair. I mean, the hand doesn't really make sense, but Daniel only has a 5.
Also, Tyler would probably play ace deuce this way. If I had ace deuce in Tyler's shoes, I would be betting flop and turn. The other thing that I would be thinking if I were Daniels, I do have a 9 in my hand, which reduce some of the bluff combos of Tyler. If we can assume that Tyler is only betting the turn when he does have equity with hands like Jack 9 or Queen 9, or perhaps 7, 9 suited, the fact that Daniel has a 9 reduces some of those combos. And the fact that Daniel is thinking about this.
Well, now, Daniel 3-bet pre-flop, so he's trying to wonder if Tyler's like just putting him on an ace-king type hand, too. But no matter what he thinks, this is just too hard of a call to make for so much right now. A minimum of a $200,000 call if he makes it.
And without seeing Tyler Kenny, you can tell he's related to Bryn by this hand.
Absolutely.
Call!
Oh my God, that's incredible.
What an unbelievable call by Daniel
That's incredible.
Weinman.
Daniel is my new hero.
Wow.
Nice call, Daniel.
That is
nice call.
incredible.
Well at this final table.
Nice call,
And
Daniel.
Nathan
Wow, Tyler, you handled that very
just made
well.
$200,000.
Wow. And to those of you tuning into the live stream, this is poker right here. You 3-bet the 5-9 offsuit. You hit a pair of 5s. The board runs out 8-10, and then it completes a possible straight draw on the river. And you make the call for essentially your tournament life. I mean, if Daniel makes that call and he's wrong, he's down to almost no chips.
Well,
I have nothing to say. I'm absolutely stunned.
Unbelievable. Daniel Weinman not on tilt playing. Unbelievable.
Tyler played that hand like a champ.
Both players did.
Wow.
Tyler put Daniel on what he had, and Daniel somehow makes the call.
Insane. Just an incredible bet and an incredible call.
Well, Tyler will still go home with $327,578, and he played very, very well. Daniel, extremely happy, of course, with the call he made, but probably nobody more happy than Nathan, who now, now his head's up.
And now Nathan
has assured himself $525,000.
All he had to do was fold a queen on an ace-high board for $200,000.
Wow.
All right, guys, we're going to be taking a quick break with them. And
we need about 10 minutes to process what just happened.
Yes. I'm glad we didn't predict that he was going to call.
All right, we'll be back.
Bye.
Loving up on the Puglets and looking down on Four Kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata. Anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online. Poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
If I'm Gia here, to any reasonable size turn bet, I actually would be letting this hand go. I think players underrate the importance of having 3 to a suit on the flop and not having 1 in your hand. Your hand's equity against any reasonable range that your opponent can have, even if your opponent happens to have a hand like, let's say, ace-queen with a club or ace-king with a club, is not spectacular anyway. And then when your opponent has a made hand, let's say he has a made flush or king-queen, for example, you're just drawing stone dead.
Yep. But once again, Gio doesn't see.
Gio goes all in,
and that's. I mean, I knew that had to happen. Gio's going to see that 2 of his outs are gone, and he only has chop outs, except for a 9.
Tyler asks for a count, but I can't imagine he's ever going to consider folding here.
Especially with the queen of clubs, in case he did make a mistake during his hand. Either the queen of clubs should be good if a club comes, or, pairing the board would counterfeit Gio's hand. So. Just a formality. I really can't imagine him ever finding a fold.
And he calls, and Gia's going to get the bad news.
Yeah, right now,
drawing to 2 outs to win.
Right now, Gia's face is probably like, well, what happened? It's unfortunate because even if he was up against aces, he'd be in a much better spot. It's just queens with the queen of clubs is just the ultimate problem.
Gia does have some chop outs.
Yes, looking for a red 8.
And the river card is a 4, and Tyler wins. Gia goes home, and man, is this final table moving along.
Yeah, and Gia really played to the best of any ability today. He tried to start off a little fast, and he slowed down, took his time, and he ran into a really big cooler right there. Yeah, a lot of times you'll think the other person has 1 club, and you'll want to stop the draw right there if you could, but you're not going to stop it from that hand. Great job,
it's a shove I wouldn't have made, but if Tyler is in the tank there with a hand that good, I mean, I suppose he may have folded.
Drought, so this will make him feel really good about his tournament play, and I'm sure we're going to see him for a long time.
Tyler casually stacking chips here while flopping second set. Nathan puts out a continuation bet. Tyler just calls here. Interesting. I would probably have gone for a raise here.
And what if you made that raise, what are you trying to do with that? Bloat the pot a little bit, or are you eliminating free draws?
I'm just simply trying to get value out of my hand. If my opponent has an overpair, a pair of tens,
sure, you're trying
it's
to get
also
money.
a raise that I would make with gut shots like 6-8. Definitely like 6-8 with a backdoor flush draw, and with every combo of 6-7. Now Nathan turns a decent amount of equity here, up and down straight draw. The other issue with calling on this flop rather than raising is that it really allows you're hoping that your opponent is going to bet future streets with a size that actually gets you value. Whereas if you take impetus on the flop, you now are going to dictate the future bet sizing in the hand. So you're going to dictate how many chips are going into the pot. Oftentimes I'll see people slow play a set on a board like this, and they'll face a 1/3 or 1/4 bet on the turn, and then they're in kind of a situation where, well, now if they raise, what are they really bluffing with? Whereas if they would have just started out raising the flop, which if they construct a range of hands to do that with, some semi-bluffs and some made hands, then they're better able to control the action moving into future streets.
Well, and the only negative might be you lose the player, but if the player's never going to put a nice river, if the player's never going to put more money into the pot without going ahead, it's very valid and should be raised.
Well, it couldn't have worked out better for Tyler here. He hits quads, and Nathan has a hand that is at the bottom of his range here. And if I were Nathan, I would be putting out a bet here. But he doesn't, and he just checks.
Quads.
Saves himself a big bet there on the river. Tyler shows the quads. And this final table continuing to go great for Tyler here.
I feel like Tyler, in the way he dresses and looks, could be Bryn Kenny plus Daryl Fish.
I could see that. What's interesting is no matter how well he does, he'll always be in his brother's shadow, and I wouldn't mind.
Oh, it's terrible.
I would accept that role too.
It's hard not to be in the shadow of Bryn.
It's a very small bet by Daniel here. Tyler makes a call. We head to the turn. Turn is a 10 of diamonds, so Daniel picks up a pair to go with his gut shot. Tyler now with the nut flush draw.
These are the hands that could get out of control.
I would expect Daniel to check here on the turn.
7 of diamonds would be fun. Not a very birthday-like card, though.
Well, Daniel didn't get out of this one yet. Seems like Daniel's been hitting some decent cards. And that card you mentioned would have been the worst card on the deck.
Would you lead here if you were Tyler?
I think so. I think you get value. I mean, I think you get value out of every 10.
I don't see a
6
fault.
probably would hero. I don't know.
I don't see a fault with check calling. Don't forget, if second pair was interested, second pair is now.
Yeah, I would certainly
River
lead
card.
a different river card. I think I would just lead this still and expect that.
I think it's a good check call, and if he doesn't put any money in, fine. I think now when he builds it, he's got to be ready to call just in case.
I think leading here is whether to lead or to check here is an interesting question.
Checking could induce Daniel. Well, Daniel has a 10, but it can induce him without a hand to make a bet. Daniel has showdown value, so.
Yeah, like when he checks back the turn, I expect him to have a pair a decent amount of the time that would call here.
I think I prefer leading just because Daniel's range, having checked back the turn, is kind of weak. But my thought on this river is that you pretty much need to do either one or the other with your range. In other words, if you check here, you should check your pair of 6s, you should check if you happen to have pocket 3s, and aces, you should check everything that you have. Daniel does call here with a pair of 10s, and the lead works out for Tyler quite well. But if you lead your pair of aces there, what hands are you really bluffing with, having called ace 6 9?
Stretching your hammies and splitting aces. Now that's a win. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
Nate's reaching for chips. He's in about 500K. Dan does make the call. Our turn card is 9 of diamonds. Dan checks.
Hi guys, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty here with our screen, so we're going to be back in a couple minutes. We're getting it worked out, so.
That's 2.5 million. We've got 2.4, correction.
You're leaving me with like 10 blinds.
Hey guys, just to let you know what's at stake. First place is $892,000, and second place is $524,000, already locked up. We still can't get over that last hand. It's kind of tough to teach poker after seeing a hand like that, because either you have it or you don't have it to make that call and that bet. So you guys can't really learn from that. You can just enjoy the way it was done.
So here's the thing. I was thinking about the hand on this break, and with the hand that Tyler had, if he's barreling all of his just 2 overcard hands, then Daniel made a great call. That just means that Tyler's bluff range is so wide. Of course, Tyler basically had no backdoor draw on the flop. His only backdoor draw was if it came 6-7 perfect and he happened to have a straight. So if Tyler is going to be betting that wide, then Daniel made a good call. Now, can you expect that your opponent's going to do that? You know, you get one decision to get this right for $200,000, you know, for a huge amount of money.
And me and Jamie were saying if we would have found the call, the guy might have turned over a bet of 5, and you're like really throwing up in your mouth. You're
right. Or, you know, more likely than even a better 5, in my opinion, is turning pocket 6s or pocket 7s into a bluff, because now you're blocking the straight as well. But, you know, again, it's likely that his opponent wouldn't have played a pair of 5s or 6s or 7s like that. He probably would have found a way to get to showdown if Daniel 3-bets and then checks. So just an amazing, amazing call by Daniel. And now he's heads up here against Nathan.
And Nathan only has 21 bigs. We're getting a little bit of a flashy screen, so we don't want to tell you stuff that happened that you already saw 20 seconds ago if we watch the other screen. But it's 20 bigs to 175, which is a pretty uphill battle. And I think Nathan did great to get to this spot anyway. And he's just one flip away or 2 from being the chip leader. But he does have to win 2 flips to do that. Move him up to 80 bigs. And the all-in is going on right now. And a fold. So you guys see it a little bit better than me. I think it's about 34 million to 5 million. Oops, now I see it too.
So yeah, 174 big blinds to 23 big blinds.
35 million.
Nathan's definitely got an uphill battle here, but everybody knows that heads up can be very, very swingy. For every chip that Nathan wins, Weinman loses. So.
And yeah, I mean, the first double up's not going to be the big one, but the second one will bring in the 16 or 17 of the 40. So even though Daniel doesn't want him to pick up any chips, he can't give him that first double that easily.
Daniel has a decent amount of heads-up experience from online back in the day. He and I actually did battle heads-up a little bit online, and then we semi-recently, played a heads-up tournament here at the Borgata against each other, and he played very well. He beat me in the best 2 out of 3 heads-up match. And I do feel like Daniel's general style, which is a little more sticky of a style, more suits itself towards heads up than Nathan's kind of a little bit more passive style.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it changes once you're at this level where even if you want to be passive, you can't be anymore. There's not enough bigs. It's not like a heads up tournament where there's time. And it looks like Daniel's got aces again. But Nathan has a big draw. Missing 2 outs. And the diamond. Missing a lot of outs, Nathan.
Is that Dan's third time having aces at this final table?
Third or fourth.
Yeah, kings once, aces 3 times, I think, but... Also, though, I mean, that can't even be the story. He could get aces 100 times, and that last call was the story.
Even more reason for him not to have called. He knows he's going to keep getting aces. Why put it all on the line? You're going to get aces. Fold.
I mean, those have not been the big hands for Daniel. It was obviously the 5-9, but then also the ace-deuce with a great call on the turn.
He's had a few great turns. He had bottom pair with a 4 earlier also, and he held his ground, although he didn't get peppered as much. I guess it's hard to flop a pair, turn a pair, or river a pair.
So if you're just joining us, we're playing heads-up poker here at the Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. About 20 big blinds deep effective. The blinds are 100 and 200,000.
He's got about a 9-1 chip lead. Nathan did flop top set.
Nathan, interestingly, just limping the button. Perhaps this is a strategy with less than 20 big blinds.
Well, I don't think he's limping it to save chips. I think he's limping it to devalue his hand and try to get Daniel to make a mistake.
Well, it might be easy for Daniel to make a mistake now as he turns 2-pair.
That's exactly what he was looking for. And he's slow playing his monster right now. He thinks he's slow playing Nathan, so Nathan should get almost a full double up this hand.
Nathan bets 600 into 850,000 here. Now back over to Daniel, who turned 2-pair. He has to think that his hand is good. Dan declares all in. Nathan calls, and Daniel is drawing dead. So here's that first double up you were talking about, Cold Stone.
Yep. Now the next one's going to be impactful. Now, for all those that, say bet your set, don't take any risk, you're only going to get paid off if the other guy moves ahead of you. Well, there was a chance where he played it slow and let the 7 land.
Back in it.
So that makes things a little interesting. Nathan now up to almost 40 big blinds here, taking a chunk of chips off Daniel.
Should be about 100 to 40. And the next one is the big one.
You can't fault Daniel for the way he played that hand, though. It's very unlikely that Nathan is ahead of him on the turn. Perhaps he could have raised a little bit smaller on the turn rather than having just shoved all in, but he did have a very strong hand. Even though it's just bottom 2, I would not expect my opponent to have a higher 2-pair or a set there. It's just very unfortunate. These two players playing for a grand prize of $892,000 and change, a difference between first and second of about $370,000. Ten 3 queen, so Nathan flops a pair.
I mean, Nathan must feel his hand's good right now. Oh, you guys already had that happen. I'm sorry. Oh, we're back up, I think, with you guys. All right, so 155 bigs to 42. Next one makes him pretty close to even. These guys are having a lot of fun. They locked up their money already, but they're still playing for first in the title. And as Kane can tell you, coming in second in one of these is very bittersweet.
Nice noodle again, Cold Stone.
Listen, I got my second also. I know how you feel. When I got second place, the first phone call I received was from Steve Danneman saying nobody remembers second place.
That's great.
That's funny.
Yeah, it wasn't really funny when he did it, but yeah, I got it.
So Daniel now raising his small blind to 400,000. Nathan defending the Queen 10. End of the flop.
So many of the hands today have had dominated hands against each other, matching cards. It's kind of funny that that's happened so often.
Here on the 6 of clubs turn, I believe that Nathan will probably lead his top pair. He does. He bets a little bit less than half pot. Daniel calls with king high.
He's a little...
9 of clubs on the river, and I think that Nathan will probably try to go for value here.
Well, Daniel led. Oh, I'm sorry. We still got a delay.
Nathan actually checks, and Dan checks behind. He'll be shown the bad news, and Nathan takes it down with 2 pair, queens and 5s.
Inching his way back.
It's a little bit of a loose call on the turn by Daniel in that spot, especially with the way that Nathan has been playing so far.
He just said he's better at all-in calls than regular pot calls.
First.
Nathan has just folded 2 consecutive buttons here.
Just kind of what we expected, right?
It is. He filled it's very similar hands, Jack 3 and Jack 4 offsuit. Both hands he shouldn't be folding.
Yeah, for all those listening, he's talking specifically heads up in this situation and not in a ring game.
And that's the problem. I have this problem too when I get shorter-handed in tournaments that, you know, if you started as a tight player, even though you're widening your range, you understand that you have to be more aggressive when, like, your baseline is so super tight that you realizing you need to be more aggressive still probably isn't going to be aggressive enough for heads-up play.
Daniel lets a small blind go there with the deuce 3 offsuit. That is a hand that you can fold in heads-up poker on your small blind.
And even in a ring. Look at that trophy in the back just waiting for someone to take it home. Or have your name engraved on it, one or the other.
I was like, I don't think you get to take that one home.
Don't you get it for a day or two?
I don't know. I don't think so. Because what if you take it home and, like, scratch your enemies' names off of it, you know?
How about the Stanley Cup? The Stanley Cup goes for a year, and they can do whatever they want to it.
So Nathan raises to 2.5 times the big blind. Daniel calls. Nathan puts out a bet here. It's a hand that I probably would have chosen to check back here, seeing as my hand could have some showdown value. Eight of spades is a turn. It goes check, check, headed to the river. River card is the 9 of spades. And it goes check, check, and these 2 players will chop the pot.
of hearts, 7 of hearts. Nate has king of clubs, deuce of clubs. It's going to be a chop pot.
Chop pots are good for the game.
You guys are looking for something to do in February. There's a bunch of events at Borgata. We have the Almighty Stack Series. You can qualify online, borgatapoker.com, for $5. Deep Stacks Challenge with 250K in guarantees from February 22nd to March 3rd. And our very popular Saturday Series with 100K guarantees.
Yeah, surprising. They're also deep, too. We could be playing for
Yeah,
hours.
and we have online satellites for all these.
Dan is on the button this hand. He's small blind. He'll be first to end.
So what's Tyler feeling like right now?
Tyler doesn't know how he got called, and he can't believe he made the best play of his career.
I think having that gear as part of your game is pretty awesome. You know, just being able to, like, how scary are you to play against when you could just, like, throw 200K out the window and not care? Like, to have that much guts. It's pretty...
For sure.
Yeah. Kind of a play maybe Crouton's dad might have made. But he get the
He
fold.
has that in him for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Nate and Dan both check that showdown. Nate's got pocket deuces.
Daniel's going to win this one with a pair of sixes.
Danny has
He has the 6.
spades. He's going to take it down with 2 pair of 6s.
What you're alluding to is the WPT final table is one of the only events where the level goes shorter at the final table and during the tournament, which is a pretty neat idea because heads-up plays so fast you don't really need the same amount of time each level. So they bring it down to 30-minute levels, which is good for us too because today is Friday and there are some nightly activities going on.
You want to make it to Old Homestead before they close.
You're going to have another meal.
Nathan, let's go have another button, but this time he has an unplayable hand, the 5-3 offsuit.
This is pretty awesome. Jason Mercer is watching from his honeymoon with Natasha and writes, "Wine men playing the 9-5-0 to perfection. Check call all 3, bro."
I think Natasha can probably make that call also. I played a lot of sit and goes with her in my earlier career, and she's very formidable, and I'm sure Jason's making her better.
She just stood up in the blind. Oh, okay, cool. Just let the girls play.
Yeah, that.
It says a lot about their friendship if he's watching Dan play when he's on his honeymoon.
I think
Pretty
even
nice.
on a honeymoon, after a couple of days, you're allowed
You're
to
just,
like.
you're like, you know what, Natasha, give me a break.
Well, I'm not going to say it that way, or it'll come back to haunt me. But it might be like, let's watch some poker. We both like
Yep.
it, and my man Dan's there.
Yep.
What's nice is when the last 2 players are there, most of the fans of the other players are still sticking around, and they become your fans. I was lucky to get Tommy Malchese's cheering booth on my side. And
that's nice.
That's when I got friends with a bunch of good guys.
I always said if I'm at a WSOP final table, I would just try to pay some Brazilians to be my fans.
Not bad.
Because they're just so like loud and like festive and.
We had some.
You know.
That was a nice turn card. We've had some World Series final tables where we'll be yelling back and forth with different countries, having a fun
They
time.
always put us to shame though.
They chant better than us. We used close the door this year. No matter what they said, we said close the door, and finally they yelled back, "No, you close the door," and I felt like we won.
One of my good friends, Brian O'Donoghue, was heads up with Barney Boatman, and Brian ended up losing, but their crowd just crushed us. They were so loud. They all knew the same songs. They were all drinking.
Oh, yeah, it's the
I
same
lost
group.
my voice
Yeah.
screaming for him to win, and no one could even hear me. That's how loud they were.
Yeah. When Ben won the million, he had a really big group. But when what's his name in the wheelchair won the million,
Garrett Greer?
That was when we just had the biggest chanting matches back and forth, and it was a lot of fun. Happy for him. Happy for Ben Keyline also.
So Nathan flopping top pair and a flush draw here. Daniel with middle pair, and he will call Nathan's continuation bet.
And the patient Nathan is starting to get his run of cards.
Turn card to the ace of spades. I would like to see Nathan fire a bet here for value. He checks instead. And it's the 8 of spades on the river, and Daniel takes the lead with that card.
And that's why we call with middle pair 1 street, too. How much you going for here, Kane? You going to put $2 million in?
No, that's a little too big. I'd probably...
How about checking?
Well, don't think I would do that against Nathan specifically.
I think Nathan's got a bet. That's it. I think he lost value there. Well...
Just check. Daniel will win.
Now, would you think against a player like Nathan, check there is not in order, but against an aggressive player, a check would work better?
Even against an aggressive player, it's ambitious to think they're going to bluff this 8 river, which pairs the second card on the flop after having not bet the ace. It seems like the ace was really the good card for them to bluff, so I wouldn't expect them to be bluffing the river that often. So by checking, I'm really only hoping that they value bet a worse hand, which they're going to call a bet with anyway. So I would rather dictate my own bet sizing with trip 8s there on the river rather than check.
Right, but now we've already seen him call with bottom pair and second pair, so wouldn't you think with the king, second pair kings, he should still lead into him anyway on that spot? I mean, it would have been a bad idea to do because he hit 3 of a kind, but you would think he'd call you with any pair on the board, as he had done before.
Once Daniel checks to me on the river, I would have bet my king for value.
Right. Yeah. So it was good that he didn't try it there, but I think I would have bet it there too.
Yeah, I mean, I would just expect Daniel to bet all better most of the time.
And Daniel's been calling with anything, so...
Yeah.
So we're moving up to $250,000 big blind. Just to let you know that in this tournament we started with 25,000 chips. And now they're up to $250,000 big blind. Was it 30 or 25?
I think it was 30.
I lost 5 right away. I was down to 7,800 in the second level and got it up to 42,000. So I wasn't sure where I really started with. I had Jamie at my table for a while. It was very fun.
Oh, yeah, you knocked me out of this tournament. I can't believe I'm sharing a room with you right now.
Well, you know how it is, Jamie. I think you called me.
No. Well, yeah, you jammed nut flush draw on king 9-8, 2 diamonds. I had king 10 suited.
And you were very short, too, so I thought you should double
like
up.
25 big blinds or something, yeah. I almost doubled up.
I tried. I figured I'd give you a double up or let you leave.
Yeah.
You did defend.
I forgot we're brutal enemies now for life.
You defended with a worse hand than I opened.
That is true. Are you one of those people saying, I had the best hand?
Yeah, these jack of diamonds. You just had like a king. And if I don't hit 2 diamonds, I don't stuff there. I just give you the pot like a nice gentleman.
What's the next color chip after yellow chips?
Why did they just say it's 150, 300? That can't be right. It's 250, 500, I thought.
No.
I think that looks correct, actually.
The next level is 255, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So it's 150, 300.
Yeah, I think so.
There's no 200, 400 level. I think that's incorrect. I think this is 200, 400 level, too.
Okay, Alan Kessler.
There we go. New level, 150K, 300K.
There we go. By the way, Alan, the slot machine you sent me to didn't win. This guy. He didn't tell me which one to play.
Is that actually a thing? Does he really
Alan
makes money through that?
But it's small increments. Like he sent someone I know over to like Showboat when it was open, And he told him the machine would win, and he went over, and the machine did win, but the win was $15. But he knew it was going. But he knew he was going to win.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't know how much sometimes.
So with the level changing, it puts Daniel just over 100 big blinds, and Nathan with just about 26 big blinds, and Nathan raises his small blind here. I wonder if he just limped the one time because he had jacks. It didn't really have to do with his stack size.
I think you can get away with it. I mean, if you guys just got heads up, he doesn't know what kind of strategy you're going to employ yet, and you want to try to induce a spaz out from Daniel, then I think limping jacks is fine if that's the first hand you're playing.
Daniel 3-bets to 1.9 million. I don't like this, especially with the frequency with which Nathan has been folding his small blind. Nathan goes all in with ace-5, and
Nathan knows.
Daniel's going to pitch the 5-7. Nathan's going to take it down.
Craig Rubenstein noted that Daniel's not going to be not going to have to worry about being bluffed for the next few months after making that call. Kind of true. Very true. Good observation. Come in. We have a visitor. Hold on.
That is really funny. Like, if this hand gets mainstream, like, widespread coverage, then Daniel's going to never be able to call down light again. What a shame. It's a really fun thing to do.
Yeah. Just like my bigs got attacked for 2 years after my stream.
Daniel 2xing his button here, and call from Nathan. We'll go to flop. King ace-7. Not a very good flop for either player. Daniel bets about a third pot there. Takes it down.
These hands are playing very fast and proper. I would hate heads up to have 10-minute tanking in between each decision.
Ready to go home and sleep for a week.
That's not us talking, guys. That's them at the table talking. Although I could use a week of sleep also.
But I would always wake up early. I wouldn't wake up, so I'd be up for like hours before we started.
Yeah, today was brutal. I was up at like 9 or 10.
Today was brutal. I was up at 9 or 10 a.m.
That does sound brutal.
That does sound rough. So that only leaves 3 hours sleep.
Nathan raising 2x. Queen 4. Daniel calls with the 8-9.
And here comes the flop.
5 queen ace. Nathan with middle pair. Turn is a jack, which gives Daniel a gut shot.
And that bet should do it, and did.
Nathan takes it down with a $500,000 bet. I wonder if Daniel would have led on the turn if Nathan would have let go of his pair of queens here.
He might have. You do have 2 flush draws, flush draw and straight draw.
Looks like a very similar board to the board where he folded his queen 8 earlier.
That was a $200,000 fold. Or he could be in first place. Anything happens in this game. It's amazing. Dan's still waiting for another couple of pairs. Well, either way, it's been a very good birthday for Dan. He made possibly the best WPT final table call of at least the year. And he's guaranteed $500,000.
9 of clubs, 3 of diamonds, 2 of spades, and 8 checkers.
And Nate hits a 3, I believe.
9-3 deuce. Daniel with a wheel draw here.
You love the gut shots. I can't wait to play against you again.
Not only a gut shot, but an overcard as well.
That's true. Ace is always live.
We also could go runner clubs, and I could rep the nut flush.
That you might have a problem with that fold. Even Nathan might have to call you with the queen high flush. I like in Omaha where you could turn 16 outs, like you're calling, because if two cards come, it's 16 outs.
It's bad when you start playing a lot of PLO and then you start looking at no limit that way, and you're like, oh, I could turn a lot of equity here.
Oh, yeah, I could,
you're like,
Daniel, with a real decision here, I would expect him to continue to fire, especially against Nathan. The issue here is that on this board, you're just going to be bluffing so much when you fire all of your gut shots. There are just so many straight draw possibilities on this board. $2.2 million bet. This is slightly more than the size of the pot, and I like this bet size from a theory standpoint because of what I just said. Because we're going to have so many bluffs, we actually need to bet larger.
And I think it's going to fold. Nice bet. Dan's been playing very well.
And specifically against Nathan, that was a good spot to continue to fire there.
I mean, that call that Daniel made has to even make Nathan afraid to bluff him.
he chose a big sizing against Nathan that other hand when it was like 9-9-6-8. And he king 7 versus Nathan 7s. He bet like 1.8 until like 2 or something like that, 2 on the turn. And I didn't really see him do that against any other opponents.
And these are bet tells that people could look for in general, not particularly in a heads up right now, but when you see someone sizing heavy, if you see it's a bluff, you just look for that next time and see how big their sizing is.
It's pretty interesting. I mean, he basically turned that card into the inflection point in the hand where like Nathan maybe wanted to call down with his pair, but it
Deuce, queen. Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The huge turn sizing makes him have to decide right there what he's going to do with his one pair hand.
And don't go bust with one pair. Silly expressions of the game.
That just can't apply to heads up, or you'd never play a hand.
Well, Tyler went bust with no pair, and he called with one pair, so yeah, can't.
Nathan betting pretty large on this board. I like this continuation bet here. He does have a backdoor flush draw. He can go runner straight.
Daniel's got top pair, and he doesn't fold bottom pair. Timing might be an issue. So that
turn cards of 4 hearts, and Nathan turns a pair.
It's the start of what he needs. So he's going to need a jack or a 4 at this point. There's no more backdoor outs. Or a good bet, which Daniel seems to call.
I really don't like a bet here in Nathan's shoes. We've seen Daniel float the flop with ace high, king high. He could have a pair of 2s. There's no reason to really be bluffing with this hand here.
Except if you feel it's the best hand, you want to shut it down because you're not really going to improve and the next card might hit your opponent. So if he feels right now a pair of 4s is the best hand.
Yeah, we can't be protecting the third pair, though.
Nathan bets a half pot here. I really, really don't like this bet.
Especially against Daniel's top pair.
We've already seen Daniel only needs like 4th pair.
Right, but on a 2-8 jack board, he would take it down. 2-8 jack flop. So that's no help for Nathan.
Shows queen of diamonds, 10 of hearts for a pair of queens, and Daniel will win the pot.
Goes check, check, and Daniel wins that pot. I think that bet by Nathan on the turn was not a very good bet. That's the kind of situation where that bet, I believe, is going to accomplish folding out hands that are worse than yours, but all hands that are better than yours will call. Now, of course, you do protect your equity against hands like 9-10, 9-jack, 10-jack when you bet the turn like that. However, you do have a jack in your hand.
It's also harder to use the ranges you're using heads up, where, you know, each player has more of a reason to be in the hand than choosing to be in the hand. But yeah, you still have to try to put them on something by how they react. So he's down to 18 bigs. So he got his double up but gave it back slowly. He just called with ace king.
No, he raised
Oh, he did.
ace king.
Oh,
and
then the
ace
call.
queen,
We're still delayed. Gotcha. So the 2 of diamonds on the turn doesn't help much. Daniel still has a gut shot, and Nathan has bottom pair.
Very surprised Daniel checked back this board. He's just trying to show down his ace high. I like checking back ace highs on this board, but not an ace high as strong as ace king. I mean, this is a hand that is a very good semi-bluff in this spot.
And check, check. 5's good. Well, Nathan didn't play the 9-5 quite the same way, but he still won the hand with it. Goes to show you that 9-5 beats ace king often.
And even king 9.
Yes. Suited.
Nathan at about 21 big blinds. Daniel, 110 big blinds. It's Daniel Weinman's birthday today. He's trying to bring home a WPT on his birthday for what we believe would be the first time in WPT history.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah, I would think it's probably the first time, or it might have been noted. Okay, 600,000 open.
Daniel moves all in for 21 bigs with ace 9, which is very standard here in the big blind, and Nathan will let it go. Daniel was born in Stamford, Connecticut, but he currently resides in Georgia. He moved out there for the golf courses. He's a very, very talented golfer.
I heard that too about him.
He also went to Georgia Tech.
It's a lot of fun to be good at golf, you know? You get to do it your whole life. It's done in the sun.
Under special talents, he lists that he's a scratch golfer and an above-average poker player. After watching that 9-5 hand, I'd say he's far above average.
He also mentioned something really funny. He started his poker bankroll by winning the Guitar Hero tournament. Now, I've played Guitar Hero, and I'm pretty good, but if he won a tournament, I don't know if this is a troll, but if he created Fantasyland,
yeah,
he can't be double trolling.
He's multi-talented.
Yes, Marissa Puzan is his girlfriend.
She's here. Very cool.
That's good.
His audience guests.
And when he's not playing poker, he golfs, sleeps, and he's assisting in stem cell research. I guess that would be creating embryos. I'm not quite sure what he's doing there, but that could be the third troll in one ad. And what's he going to do with his winnings? Whatever Sean Deeb wants to do with them.
I like that too. What's your playing style? 10-8. He's saying he's very, very tight.
I don't know which one said it.
Nathan's asking Dan if he's excited to win the 900K. You still have 18 big blinds, Nathan.
Yeah,
Don't concede the match too soon.
Unless he's like reverse
He's jinxing him. Of course he's trying to jinx him.
Now with only 17 big blinds, Nathan's taking a limping strategy on his button. I like this here with hands like ace-3.
Yeah, except if you get out flopped and now you're dominated to 3 outs.
Queen of Hearts on the turn. I'd expect it to go check.
I'm pretty sure Dan bet the turn, no? Oh, no, he bet the flop. I'm sorry. It sounds like we're confused. We got a 20-second delay to you guys, but we hear Kelly in the background, so we're trying our best to piece it together. Kane's doing it perfectly flawless. Every now and then I'm a street behind.
Nathan bets 900,000, and Nathan continues to put out bluffs on boards where there are a lot of good candidates of hands to bluff with on this board, in my opinion. Ace-3, in my opinion, is not a very good one. But in this case, I think it might work out for him here. it does, is Daniel let the hand go.
How does Daniel fold second pair there? I guess he's playing against...
third pair.
Third pair. I guess he's playing against Nathan.
Yeah.
But it's still heads up.
Know thy opponent.
Know thy have no room to fold. Apparently he didn't know the opponent. He folded the best hand. And that might have been his only mistake the whole day.
Daniel certainly has not been making very many mistakes.
That might have been his only non-perfect day play.
If I haven't already won by then.
Daniel min opens and Nathan lets go the Jack-6. A marginal defend there. I'd slightly lean towards defending.
What do you do for work? I forgot. I'm kidding. I told him. That's his girlfriend. She said we should switch you guys out. And then
You guys have any good Super Bowl plans?
I'm going to be watching it in Philadelphia with some friends. Do you have any rooting interest in the Super Bowl?
Not really. Not this year.
I have no rooting interest, really. I mean, I went to school in Boston, so I like to see the Patriots continue to win. But when I was in Boston, I had to root against Boston teams, so it's kind of odd how it worked. But it should be a really good game. Line move, smart money moved the line up to 3 from 1. And let's see.
Well, they say defenses win Super Bowls, and the Patriots coming in with a stronger defense, but the Falcons' offense has just been lights out, and in fact, their defense has really picked up in the postseason.
100%, but you know, Brady's standing back there with a lot of experience also. It's going to be a fun game. Yeah, I watch the Super Bowl primarily for the commercials. I'm really into that.
I watched the Puppy Bowl.
I want to see the Doritos commercial.
Nathan opting to lead this flop. Interesting here, and Daniel floating with just queen high.
I think Nathan should be firing.
As played, Nathan should fire the turn. I don't like the flop lead. There aren't too many hands where he's looking to get a lot of value in this spot here.
You find a way to lose the least.
I'm actually surprised that Daniel did call the flop with queen 3. Nathan putting out a bet of 800,000 on the river.
Has he used his good call quota for the day? Is what we need to figure out.
He's looking at that queen high. Oh my God.
Wow, what another call by Daniel.
How good are you?
It's ridiculous.
Look at that little scroll. It's like, how could I not call?
That's awesome.
I think Nate played that hand really well, and I don't even know how to explain it, but he's dead on.
Daniel is playing lights out. What a call there on the river. Now, Nathan did play his hand in a very strange way, in my opinion, on that board. Are you really going to lead a top pair type of hand for value on the flop? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why not let your opponent c-bet the board? And Daniel read that perfectly, made a great call. And we can see why Daniel is has run over this final table here on his birthday, and why he now is heads up with 116 big blinds against his opponent's 13.
I'm about to get 900 grand for being by far the best player in this tournament today.
Well, don't speak too soon, as Nathan still does have a chip in a chair, as they would say.
Well, you know, sometimes when you say the fat lady sang, it jinxes something to make it go longer. I don't want to leave you guys, and I only got 15 bigs left. I guess there's always the next stop. A little yawn there. Yawning to try to get a little more oxygen in your body to have more attention span. The toughest thing to do is to make that cockroach die when you're putting your foot on them. And right now, Daniel wants to get this over without doubling him to 30 and then to 60, because it only takes 2 hands. Even though it's a huge chip lead, it only takes 2 hands.
This is a fold, Nathan.
No, that would have been way in already. Way in.
Now, the comfort of him talking, Daniel knows he doesn't have an ace or a pair, because he wouldn't be thinking right now.
Nathan has queen 9, and this is a fold, Nathan. There you go.
And what if it was 10-jack suited?
Ooh, now we can think.
See, that's what puzzles me, because I look at queen 9 as the inverse.
You think queen 9 is a better hand than 10-jack suited? I believe 10-jack suited.
No, I'm saying if I flop 2-pair with queen 9, 10-jack's up and down. If 10-jack flops 2-pair, queen 9's up and down. So they can run. If they run into each other and either person hits the board well, it seems like it's going to be a major clash. No, obviously I like the 10-jack suited like the rest of the world. Or the 5-6 suited.
I don't much like the 5-6 suited calling and all in and heads up.
Oh, no, we're not talking about that spot. We're talking about flopping
Nathan
2 pairs before you get counterfeited.
The 7 deuce suited is going to call his.
It's suited, like you said. That 3% makes you play many more hands.
He does have 12 big blinds. I like taking a predominantly either limp or shove strategy in your small blind here when you have this few big blinds, and he flops a flush draw.
So here would be the shove part of the hand?
I think I would
shove?
actually bet the minimum here.
Really? You do just have 7 high.
Right.
Oh, and then blast the turn.
Right, I would be betting flop and turn, yeah. If I had a jack here, I wouldn't want to just overbet all in. So that's why I'm also going to play my flush draw the same way that I would play my jack. But it looks like Daniel is going to raise here. He raises 2 times the bet.
Well, he knows he doesn't have a jack. It's just a matter of if Nathan wants to go through with the hand for a flush draw. I can't see him folding now.
The folding is not an option. If I'm Nathan here, my only play is to call, and that's the same way I would play a jack.
I think I put it in.
Well, he goes all in.
Because now I have a chance of him to fold, and I get 2 cards where on the turn, my flush draw is really a big dog to any hand.
But Coldstone, if Nathan does call there, is Daniel going to continue with his bluff on the turn?
If what?
If Nathan just calls, do you think that Daniel is going to continue with his bluff on the turn?
Well, if I think he's going to continue his bluff on the turn, then I might as well put it in and stop him from being priced in.
I agree with you. I just don't think that he can continue his bluff, because that's the same way that Nathan would play a jack or perhaps an overpair.
If he had a jack or an overpair, but Nathan has been folding. Like he folds, where other people get very sticky. So I think I would have played it. I would have played it for me missing the flush and taking it down on the turn.
There's a $1 million sweepstakes coming up at Borgata, February 17th.
Jamie?
Reading commercial with the sound off. But yeah, the graphic that just came up is a $1 million sweepstakes from February 17th to February 20th, with drawings for an hourly $10,000 and a grand prize daily of $25,000 cash.
So Daniel once again hits the turn, but it's a tough turn to really love. But again, Daniel knows where he stands.
Yeah, I like the value bet here.
Now with the call there, you have to be a little nervous.
Deuce of clubs, and I'll expect this to go check. And Daniel effectively got value on the turn. I mean, we can't understate how unbelievably Daniel is playing here.
It can't be. It can't be stated to the level he is playing at. I mean, you know,
This is, I've commentated a number of final tables. This might be the most impressive performance I've seen, just in terms of taking hands that you wouldn't normally play a certain way and just making the right decision every time.
Every time, and it's not just being aggressive and taking down things. He's also calling off. He's doing everything, and he's right.
Nathan with the 4-deuce off, folds the button.
Gia and Tyler are probably just like, come on.
Yeah, so I built it. Like, Tyler, like, it would have been like a very slow battle.
Oh,
I think, like, really, really.
That's awesome that they both locked up $500,000 already. It's not bad. There's not many tournaments. Second place is $500,000.
Nathan talking to Daniel about that 9-5 hand against Tyler, and Nathan is still the happiest person in the room about the way that hand played out.
It's a little bit reminiscent of the Joe Chung, Racner. Do you remember with the A7 when they're three-handed in the WPT main event? And Racner's just chilling on the side, way third in chips, and Joe just like gets it all in with A7 versus queens, and he's just chilling. You see him on the side being like, "Well," like making an extra couple $1 million. That's what you want when you're third in chips by far. You're just hoping for blood. Anytime the other two are in a pot, you're like, "Go ahead, guys,
100%.
Set over set, have fun." But it went one pair over king high.
Speaking of the Super Bowl, I remember a couple years ago I was at the Aussie Millions Super Bowl Sunday. I was playing the freeze out after the main event. It was like a $2,500 freeze out, final tabled, and I had a lot of rooting interest on the Super Bowl. So I was kind of half paying attention to this final table, half watching the Super Bowl. I came in 8th out of 9 players in chips. All of a sudden, the Super Bowl's over. I'm down to the final 3. Just kind of playing tight, totally uncharacteristic of the way that I normally play. I'm like, this is great.
You're like, maybe there's something to being knit.
Yeah.
Problem are, you get this commercial tells there that if you're only playing a hand on the commercial, they know.
During the Super Bowl, the commercial, that's half the fun.
Yeah.
That's true, too. I was just playing in a big PLO game with Kyle Balker and Dave Fox, and they both had so many FanDuel bets, FanDuel teams going that they were watching the game. And anytime they opened and they played a big PLO hand, if they went up to watch their action, they weren't involved with the hand. So I was able to put a bet in with 2 of them behind me, which would make the guy behind them fold, using them looking at the TV.
Wow, interesting. So you entered the pot with worse than pocket king.
This was PLO, so yeah.
Oh, PLO.
PLO, yeah. I don't. It's either single suited aces or double suited aces.
Right.
Those are the 2 hands I play. I'm joking. I wouldn't be invited. I wouldn't be invited to the games if I played that way.
All right, and I think we're going to take a quick break here, but stay tuned. These two players are playing for $892,000 and the WPT title.
See you guys in 10.
Lounging by the sea and lining up 5 sevens. Now that's a win. Showing off your new garden tool and raking in on 00. Now that's a win. Swinging to some classic rock and standing on 20. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata. Anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online. Poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
Having 3 to a suit on the flop and not having 1 in your hand. Your hand's equity against any reasonable range that your opponent can have, even if your opponent happens to have a hand like, let's say, ace-queen with a club or ace-king with a club, is not spectacular anyway. And then when your opponent has a made hand, let's say he has a made flush or king-queen, for example, you're just drawing stone dead.
Yep. once again, Gio doesn't see.
And Gia goes all in,
and that's. I mean, I knew that had to happen. Gio's going to see that 2 of his outs are gone, and he only has chop outs, except for a 9.
Tyler asks for a count, but I can't imagine he's ever going to consider folding here.
Especially with the Queen of Clubs, in case he did make a mistake during his hand. Either the Queen of Clubs should be good if a club comes, or, you know, pairing the board would counterfeit Gia's hand. So just a formality. I really can't imagine him ever finding a fold.
And he calls, and Gia's going to get the bad news.
Yeah, right now,
drawing to 2 outs to win.
Right now, Gia's face is probably like, well, what happened? It's unfortunate because even if he was up against aces, he'd be in a much better spot. It's just queens with the Queen of Clubs is just the ultimate problem.
Gia does have some chop outs.
Yes, looking for a red 8.
And the river card is a 4, and Tyler wins. Gia goes home, and man, is this final table moving along.
Yeah, and Gia really played to the best of any ability today. He tried to start off a little fast, and he slowed down, took his time, and he ran into a really big cooler right there. Yeah, a lot of times you'll think the other person has 1 club, and you'll want to stop the draw right there if you could, but you're not going to stop it from that hand.
It's
Great
kind
job,
of
Gia.
it's a shove I wouldn't have made, but if Tyler is in the tank there with a hand that good, I mean, I suppose he may have folded.
It's a very small bet by Daniel here. Tyler makes a call. We head to the turn. Turn is a 10 of diamonds, so Daniel picks up a pair to go with his gut shot. Tyler now with the nut flush draw.
These are the hands that could get out of control.
I would expect Daniel to check here on the turn.
7 of diamonds would be fun. Not a very birthday-like card, though.
Well, Daniel didn't get out of this one yet. Seems like Daniel's been hitting some decent cards. And that card you mentioned would have been the worst card on the deck.
Would you lead here if you were Tyler?
I think so. I think you get value. I mean, I think you get value out of every 10.
I don't see a
6
fault.
probably would hero. I don't know.
I don't see a fault with check calling. Don't forget, if second pair was interested, second pair is now.
Yeah, I would certainly
River
lead
card.
a different river card. I think I would just lead this still and expect that.
I think it's a good check call, and if he doesn't put any money in, fine. I think now when he builds it, he's got to be ready to call just in case.
I think leading here is whether to lead or to check here is an interesting question.
Checking could induce Daniel. Well, Daniel has a 10, but it can induce him without a hand to make a bet. Daniel has showdown value, so.
Yeah, like when he checks back the turn, I expect him to have a pair a decent amount of the time that would call here.
I think I prefer leading just because Daniel's range, having checked back the turn, is kind of weak. But my thought on this river is that you pretty much need to do either one or the other with your range. In other words, if you check here, you should check your pair of 6s. You should check if you happen to have pocket 3s and aces. You should check everything that you have. Daniel does call here with a pair of 10s, and the lead works out for Tyler quite well. But if you lead your pair of aces there, what hands are you really bluffing with? Having called ace 6 9 and then having the run out come 9 10, you would almost have to turn a hand like 6 5 suited into a bluff.
Such a big pot, such a big time.
And he was almost saying, I don't have much, but I got to call you. Now that 3 didn't change that much. I mean, it's really, Daniel is holding on to those pairs and winning hands, the ace deuce, and right now he hit the 5. His only fear is if the guy has, if Tyler has an 8, the 10 and the 3 shouldn't really play into the hands that much.
So it looks like Tyler is carving out chips not for his bet size, but rather to size up his own stack and to see how many chips he has left. Tyler has less than a pot-sized bet left. There's about 11.4 million chips in the pot. Tyler has 10.7 million chips behind, and he shoves all in.
What do you think Nathan's doing right now?
Throwing a party in his mind. That's what I would be doing.
Yes, he's saying, how did this happen? I only have $5 million. And it always happens. It's going to be very hard for Daniel to find this call. If he does, then he saw his cards. I mean,
if Daniel makes this call, then he's my hero.
He's his hero or cheating. He's definitely not cheating, if anybody thought that was a reference.
Now, what's going through Daniel's head is Tyler shoving all in? Is that the bet size he's going to choose with his value hands? In other words, if Tyler happened to have a hand like pocket fours, pocket eights, 6, 7 suited, is he now going to shove all in? The other thing going through Daniel's head is he going to do this with was he betting the flop with hands like Jack 9, Queen Jack, all these hands, Queen 9, hands that turned equity? And also an important consideration is when he does just have the King 9, no pair, no draw, is he turning that? Is he bluffing 3 barrels in this way?
I mean, does he have 6, 7? Did he just flop it on me? What other hand can you barrel everything on? Do you have a set? Somehow he had 8, 10, hit 2 pair. I mean, the hand doesn't really make sense, but Daniel only has a 5.
Also, Tyler would probably play ace deuce this way. If I had ace deuce in Tyler's shoes, I would be betting flop and turn. The other thing that I would be thinking if I were Daniels, I do have a 9 in my hand, which reduce some of the bluff combos. If we can assume that Tyler is only betting the turn when he does have equity with hands like Jack 9 or Queen 9, or perhaps 7, 9 suited, the fact that Daniel has a 9 reduces some of those combos. And the fact that Daniel is thinking about this.
Well, now, Daniel 3-bet pre-flop, so he's trying to wonder if Tyler's like just putting him on an ace-king type hand, too. But no matter what he thinks, this is just too hard of a call to make for so much right now. A minimum of a $200,000 call if he makes it.
And without seeing Tyler Kenny, you can tell he's related to Bryn by this hand.
Absolutely.
Call!
Oh my God, that's incredible.
What an unbelievable call by Daniel.
That's incredible.
Daniel is my new hero.
Wow.
Daniel shows 9-5, 9 clubs, 5 of diamonds for
Nice call, Daniel.
That is
nice call.
incredible.
Well at this final table.
Nice.
Stretching your hammies and splitting aces. Now that's a win. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
I didn't know he would actually double. I thought he said most of the time.
Hello, everyone in Twitchland. Welcome back. We're here at the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We are heads up in this $3,500 Borgata Winter Poker Open main event here. These two players playing for $892,433. They both locked up second place money, which is about $525,000. It's been a fascinating final table so far. Daniel has just run over this final table. He has called down with the right hands. He's bluffed in the right times. He's been just putting on a clinic in terms of exploitative good poker. And now, heads up, the match has slowed down a little bit as both players are short. As Nathan is short with 15 big blinds, so effective stacks are short. And it's been a lot of button limping, which is correct with this stack depth. And here Nathan limps his button with ace-5 suited.
The only problem with this is that most people watch poker like this to learn a lesson, and you're not going to be able to learn to do what Daniel does from watching it. It's good, it's entertaining for people, but don't try this at home.
So Daniel check called here. He's now going to lead the turn. And I would like to see Nathan go all in here.
Yeah, he's double gutted and has the best hand.
And Daniel's line doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Nathan folds. I think that's a very, very tight fold. Nathan says, nice hand. Daniel says, thanks, with a little bit of a smirk on his face. Nathan still battling, though, with 14 big blinds here. Daniel Weinman, an ex-online professional poker player. His online name was Not on Tilt, and recently he's been playing a lot of live mix games, big cash games, and he also is a very talented golfer. Daniel raises to 2x, and Nathan goes all in, and I don't think that Daniel's going to be able to get away from Jack 10 here with the price he's getting.
This is that conversation that hands are still 40%, no matter how big your hand is. There's that yawn trying to keep yourself awake.
Oh, yawn, we're only playing for 900 today.
Oh, I got 10, Jack. Good night.
Dan calls, and he's a 2-to-1 dog in this pot, but it is his birthday.
Not a full 2-to-1. He's a lot less than 2-to-1. And think about what a dog he becomes if a 10 or a jack hits. Stop it, Dan. You played good for the whole day.
Comes a flop, 4, 7, 8. Daniel picks up a gut shot, so now any 9, 10, or jack will give Daniel the lead. Deuce of diamonds, that's no help for Daniel. The river is a 4, and Nathan will double up.
Yep. See, in this game of poker, when you have a stack that big, you can afford to raise 3 times, and at 40%, you really most certainly should win 1 time. So what he made sound like he made a mistake math-wise, it's still a 60-40.
I think what they were referring to is the fact that he min-raised and then put himself in a tough decision other than just open shoving with the Jack 10.
I kind of like that, though, because it gives him a chance to min-raise a lot more hands. Like, if he's just jamming at that blind stack size, then it's going to take out some of the hands that he would, like, what's he going to do, min-raise, like, the 7-5 off?
I think most players at 14 big blinds take on a limp or shove strategy.
But against this particular player, I kind of like having a min-raise range because he's getting through a lot of the time when Nathan's making some folds incorrectly.
Right.
Like the first hand, first like.
So all of a sudden, it's 28 big blinds to 71 big blinds, and we got a little bit of a poker match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there used to be a lot more bigs in play. Anybody? Are they raking? Oh, the blinds go up. That's why people play cash. So it's 1 double up from the chip lead. Wow. Now, can you ever find a fold with ace-9 heads up?
I don't think he will. We've already seen him reshove over a 3-bet all-in with ace-5 earlier. With about exactly the same stack depth.
Well, the same bigs, but Daniel had 110 bigs when he had 25 at that point. now it's getting a little closer. But
He calls?
Just a call, and
That's
I
interesting.
actually, yeah, I don't mind it, because when you do go all in and Daniel calls, the aces with which he calls that have your hand dominated, and let's say he was 3-bet bluffing with a hand like ace-3, he would let that hand go. So Nathan allows him to stay in the pot with hands that he dominates.
But the value of getting the blinds might be more important than being beat on the flop.
You're absolutely true. You're absolutely right. But Daniel's size, he made it such a size that it was easy for Nathan to defend. And as long as Nathan's not going to be making big mistakes post-flop, then I actually like this. Daniel betting about 30% the size of the pot. Nathan makes the call, which I like. Turn is an 8 of clubs, so Daniel now picking up a pair.
And you know how Daniel likes his pairs. I can't see Nathan dumping second pair again like he did earlier with the ace-queen board with the queen. I think he's got to commit to this. But again, he doesn't have to raise an end of hand.
Oh, and Daniel lets it go, and that's what we were talking about, where you don't want to make mistakes like that post-flop if you're going to just choose to play your hand like that. And
do you think he has a crew watching?
Did Daniel just show his hand? Because Nathan just put his head in his... in his arm like that.
Do you think Nathan...
He showed it? Oh.
Do you think Nathan has a crew?
I don't know, but I love the way he played that hand until he folded. I thought he was giving Daniel rope to hang himself, and he was just going to get a full double.
That's why you shove pre-flop.
Well, if you're gonna make folds like that, you have to.
Yes, if you're going to.
It's not the easiest spot in the world.
No.
You don't really expect Daniel to fire there with complete air after you called a queen 9. What was it, 3 board? The turn comes in 8, right? However, he was facing a 1/4 pot bet. I think calling on that turn with second pair there is very standard. Even if you're going to fold some rivers, to call on that turn, I would have liked to see Nathan continue at least on another street there. And Daniel just taking advantage of the fact that Nathan's playing a little bit tight in spots like that and taking down the pot. And it's another spot. I mean, Daniel, that's another spot where, okay, I turn a pair of 8s there, and I might just check there, thinking that, you know, maybe Nathan called with a hand like pocket 4s pre-flop, and I might win at showdown. But
right,
Daniel,
he's counting on Nathan folding like a huge range of hands to be able to bet that turn when you pick up that much value. Like, what is he trying to get Nathan to fold there?
Well, he's already been told by his crew that Nathan's folding second pair, so...
But it's such a narrow range.
It is such a narrow range that he's trying to get Nathan to fold, unless he thinks he's getting Nathan to fold top pair there.
Unless he's going to get Nathan to call. Until Nathan calls one time. I mean,
well, we don't know what his river plan was, right? Of
Yeah,
course, he could
if
shove
he's jamming all in, yeah. I mean, Nathan's almost all in if he calls that turn bet.
Either way, I mean, Daniel just continuing...
Ravaging.
When you have a pair of 8s there to get your opponent to fold a pair of 9s, and it cannot be
Nothing.
How well he has been playing at this final table.
He just showed 2 bluffs, although he was winning that one with the jack to his 10. Now, he just shook his head no, Daniel, when he looked at his cards. I mean, that's a little bit of a tell when you look at 7-4 and you shake your head no.
Nathan is done folding buttons. Daniel is done folding big blinds. We got a classic matchup, the 7 deuce versus 7-4.
Classic. With huge chop outs odds.
I mean, Nathan is exhibiting a little bit of tilt now, as he had been folding Jack 3 and Jack 4 and much better hands from the button, and then this time decides to raise
And
on a much shorter stack as well.
Well, he has 10 bigs. You know, that silly chart says any 7 deuce is a jam.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, it's King 7.
I think you might
I'm
be
sorry.
reading the
it's
wrong
King
chart.
7. It's King 7. King 7, not 2-7.
I would like to see your charts, Coldstone.
Which one? Johnny Bax's or the one that went out? The guy with the Celtic hat, Harrington.
Look at Daniel. He just made it 1.6.
He's a monster.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen Harrington's, but I know Bax has one too.
For those of you watching, I mean, look at how Daniel is playing. Daniel has essentially, so this is exploitative poker at its finest. Daniel has seen in his opponent an inefficiency, and that inefficiency is that my opponent folds too much. And in fact, my opponent is indifferent to bet sizing. That's why he was able to get away with betting 1/4 pot with a pair of 8s and get his opponent to fold pocket 9s. That's why he's been check min raising, which we saw him do on the Jack 4 board. We saw him do right there. It doesn't even matter his equity in the hand. He's investing 1.6 million there to win 2.5 million. As long as that works out 40% of the time, he's going to be profiting. And with the way that Nathan has been playing, it's been working very, very effectively.
What's even more interesting is when you use these numbers, you know, if he just gets one fold, you know, it's worth it. He's getting them all at final tables. It's not like just over the time of using it, like in a cash game, you know, and adding it up. He's just continually getting them.
I still haven't tweeted, man. You're going to do the thing? Yeah. That was a really good idea. You did it.
It's a really, really good, right, especially in this heads-up match, just watching how Daniel's fighting for every single pot and exploiting that inefficiency. It really shows how important it is to just, when you notice an inefficiency in your opponent, especially in heads-up no limit hold'em, to just pound on it and to just keep it going until they adjust. A lot of players will get away with one bluff and then they'll say, okay, you know, I got away with that bluff, now I need to play tight for a while. If your opponent is overfolding, this is something that my good friend Scott Palmer, very talented online poker player, You're Not in Danger Too, taught me, that if you notice that your opponent is doing something incorrectly, if his frequencies are off, and just continue to exploit it until he adjusts. Make him adjust first.
And he's down to 6 bigs, so if he adjusts now, it's just not in time.
This, Daniel and
he's got 10-6
the last
and he's
heads-up
up
match,
against 2-4.
Jesse Sylvia versus Zach Grunberg, it was like that too. Jesse was just pouncing on every tiny mistake because Zach's a really good player, but Jesse literally exploited every single mistake he was making. And I was commenting that, and I'm like, oh my god, I hope Zach's not mad at me, he's my friend, but I was like, you have to just pick Jesse literally seized on every opportunity to get a chip until he just wore him down to like a nothing stack.
Which is happening here.
Yeah, same exact thing.
I mean, I'll be honest. If I'm sitting there with the 7-4 offsuit on the Jack Queen 6, raising isn't even going through.
No, you're just like, okay, like you let up on that one pot. You still have them like 7-1 in chips at that point, and you pick a better spot. But this Sunday, we have a $30K guarantee. Borgata's adding a $2,700 Spring Poker Open Championship seat to the first place winner. So it's a good time to play if you haven't tried out BorgataPoker.com yet.
Does that come out of the prize pool?
Does not come out of the prize pool.
It's a free 27th from right in on top.
Yeah, just $2,700 in the streets.
Thank
Come
you,
and
Mr.
get it.
Borgata. You know, people often ask certain questions. They'll look at their table and they'll say, you know, what would you do? And basically the answer is always be a chameleon. Just adapt and change your colors.
So we're all in here. Nathan, slight underdog with King 7 offsuit against Daniel's pocket 3s.
Let's see the flop. Flop is 8 of spades,
Queen 10.
Backdoor spades.
Pocket 3s still in the lead. The Nate has picked up
Backdoor straight.
Let's see the turn.
The turn is a king, which is a great card for Nathan. And Daniel is going to need a 3.
That was the best response I've seen to a bad turn card. Thud.
River card is a king, and Nathan doubles up to back over 10 big blinds. And Daniel saying, do I really have to keep playing 12 big blind poker right now? Both players acting a little bit unjust, I think, with the small size of the pot here, but You know, just to have a seat at this final table is nothing to joke about. The difference between first and second place is about $370,000. First place, $892,000 and change, and second place, $525,000. Nathan now back up to exactly 10 big blind with 4 million chips.
So the difference they're playing for is almost third place money. That's how big of a difference it is. So that means if you maintain here, it's like picking up a third place in your next WPT.
Could be here all night. What if they close?
That's crazy. That's an interesting perspective to look at it. You're like, okay, so today I got second and third. Wow. Nathan's just still pumped about picking up 200K by sitting there.
Holding the queen on the ace-queen board. That's a 200K fold I would make. But then I'd explain to the table why I did it.
How much should I have?
You got 2 exactly.
He just realized he should have probably played that last hand.
You got shoved on. Just call. Be like, give me an 8.
I don't know. His pit crew should be telling him the shoving range. 6-4, 2-4, 8-3. And I don't fault the fold there because he's going to be called the next time he jams probably, unless, you know, Daniel just has 3-8.
Yeah, I believe 7-4 offsuit is a fold there.
There was 7-4. 7-4 is more straight draws.
Unless the board comes Jack Queen 6, then 7-4 is a really good hand to check min raise.
That was great.
Depending on the color of the opponent's shirt.
Well, here we have an all-in situation, and both players will be going all in. I can't imagine that Nathan would fold.
What do you mean? He doesn't have a good ace. I know, Nathan.
Okay,
there's
the call.
And Dan's not even supposed to have ace-5 here. He's supposed to have 4-5.
We got to hurry up and end this thing. I think Coldstone is sundowning.
You say that at the end of every show.
Here's the flop, ace, 6-8, and most likely it's going to be a chop pot, but one of these players can win if they pair their bottom card. 7. Now Daniel is up and down. Nathan with a gut shot. And it's a 4.
Whoa.
Daniel has won
on his
29th
birthday.
Wow. Congratulations.
That's awesome. Happy birthday.
3 out of
800K.
3 out of.
How did we not chop this hand?
I'm saying the same thing as you right now.
And Daniel Weinman takes this tournament down. And
Do you see that red card? That says number 1 on it. That's what we're all aspiring to get to.
I'll tell you what, Nathan played well. Congratulations to him going
Great
home
job.
in
Yeah,
second
good
place
job,
with
Nathan.
$524,964, and Daniel Weinman with the grand prize of $892,433, and the title as WPT champion here at the Borgata Winter Open. And how well did he play today, guys?
He played just unbelievable.
Awesome. I'm going to rewatch like 3 of those hands. I need to rewatch the 9-5 hand.
And
That
now
was
just
ridiculous.
to back up a second on us mentioning how Daniel exploited Nathan's weaknesses, that's because Daniel just played insane. Nathan played a very good game, and he just was up against somebody who was just really powerful. So I don't want to take anything away from his second place. He was just putting a lot of hard spots, and it was Dan's day to do it. But I don't think he played at all incorrectly. Although there were spots he could have taken, he still got second best, and he should go home feeling good about it. Anybody got much to say before we sign off?
No, that was just a really entertaining final table. I really enjoyed joining both you, Jamie, and you, Coldstone, in the booth.
And I had a great time, too. And I guess that's going to be Jamie Kerstadter, Kane Callis, and Dave Inselberg signing off from the Borgata. Congratulations, Daniel, on a great win.
Thanks a lot. Happy birthday. Thank
Loving up on the Puglets and looking down on four kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
The World Poker Tour has crowned hundreds of champions who have won hundreds of millions of dollars. What do they all have in common? Skill, luck, and most of all, heart. Do you have what it takes to add your name to the WPT Champions Cup? You won't know until you try. Join us at our next tour stop, the WPT LA Poker Classic, and visit WPT.com to view our full schedule of events.